Yo, I'm still a boomer to this shit. What's up? What's up? See if I figure this shit out. What's up? What's up, Astro? There's no specific topic. I kind of wanted to respond to some comments that were quite long in some of the videos that we've been posting. But I didn't want to type long ass answers, so I thought we could read some of those. But I have somebody. Shut up, nigga. I like my hat. I have somebody who might come in. He's a Guatemalan, really into political theory. He said he saw a few of my videos and he agreed with some of the stuff and he disagreed with some of the stuff and he thought some of the stuff needs to be expanded. So hopefully he shows up. I think it'd be interesting. This guy's kind of a troll on Twitter, but he's obviously well read. So we'll see what's up. I'm trying to wait. Here, let me share with you guys. If any of you guys want to come in, here's the link. How do I share the link another way? It says YouTube rejected my comment. Here, let's do it this way. So some spaces in there. Obviously, if you could take it out. Yeah, Mayan Cognition. I guess he's pretty well known. This guy. For real. I guess I have hope for some of these guys. What's up, everybody? Come on in. So, I want to say thank you to everybody who's kind of followed and participated in the conversations or shared the stuff. We've been doing it for about 3 months now, and it's going pretty well. I'm at 320 subscribers for the channel. Even though that's not that much, but to be honest, the view count is very, very high on most videos, especially for the amount of subscribers there is. So people clearly are watching this stuff. I understand it's a little long-winded, it's a little cerebral, but I think if you invest the time or if you kind of just listen to it in the background, there's a lot to learn from it. I think now that kind of the basic theory of everything we've had to share has been laid out, we're going to start moving into creating more kind of consumable content, shorter videos, kind of like 10-minute pieces on like, if the Spanish Empire was good, then what about the caste system? Kind of addressing these obvious questions that a lot of people like to bring up. So that's kind of where we'll start sharing more on the history, getting more specific about the different periods of Hispano-American history. Let me add Alex in here. What's up, Alex?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, boss? I'm just kind of getting started in here. Hold on, I'm going to put you on mute for a sec. So yeah, we're going to start sharing stuff that's more, short videos, more history based. I'll probably start getting more personal as well. What I've realized is a lot of guys have been asking kind of personal stuff, like what's my background, or guys have reached out to me for asking for specific pieces of advice. So we're going to start addressing that kind of stuff, really looking for the things that edify the man, because that's really what it all comes down to. All this stuff is good to know. It's good to know your roots intellectually. It's good to understand yourself spiritually, to understand that tradition. But if you can't kick it into actionable items, if you can't make it, manifested in the world around you, then it's really kind of useless. It's just masturbatory. So we want to enable you guys to being the Hispano men that we need moving into the future. Okay, let me get Alex in here. What's up, G?
Hey, how's it going, my man?
Good, bro. How are you?
Doing great. Just glad finally I could get on after 2 weeks. The stars aligned.
Yeah. So how you doing, man? How you feeling about everything? We've been doing this thing for about 3 months now. It's been pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, as we saw from that pick meet, we're on someone's radar. I mean, how did that guy all of a sudden started pushing a lot of the stuff we did, but from a different angle, of course. But we got somebody's attention. That's I'm definitely convinced of that.
Yeah, you're referring to some
Munoz.
yeah, some guy. Let me see. Can I share my screen on this thing? Yeah, I can. Okay, cool. Hold on, give me 1 sec. How do I? I'm still new to this shit, dude.
Just thinking about that guy makes me laugh, because I already know where he's coming from. I know I'm 100% convinced he's a Fed. That's just my theory.
Yeah, he really does come off like a Fed for sure. And it's whatever. But what I thought was interesting was that he's kind of coming in with trying to catch that steam of the Hispanista steam of people kind of waking up to their roots, and I'm suspicious of it because anytime something starts to catch steam, the powers that be are going to want to, infect it and misdirect it to a certain way. And we really got to be careful with that. I think if someone's telling you about, hey, you got to recapture that conquistador spirit, but not giving you any spiritual context of what that actually means,
right,
in the great history of humanity, then you got to be cautious of it because who knows really where they're trying to misdirect things.
And leave out the other roots that are just as important as the conquistador roots, the Indio and the Africano.
Right, exactly. Mestizaje, you can't do without it, right?
Cristo Rey.
Right, exactly. So if he's just kind of promoting these kind of basic bitch, things about conquistadors, you got to be suspicious of it. You got to be real suspicious of it.
Yeah, because I mean, to me, I have a funny feeling the angle he's coming from is the quote white Hispanic angle. In other words, hey, we could be down with white people. We got white roots too. Yeah, I know where he's coming from. I'm pretty much convinced that's his angle.
Yeah,
that sneaky Puerto Rican picnic, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that.
Let me see.
Bad news. I was talking to that Mexican nationalist through the comments on YouTube.
Yeah, I want to respond to them too.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna go through those comments because he presented some good stuff, and I think it's important for us to address. But first, let me share. If you guys are gonna be kind of moving around, just don't forget to put your mic on mute so we don't get too much interference. Where did he erase his post? I think he erased it, dude. Let me see here.
He's scared, my boy. He's scared. You called him out.
Okay, he's right here. Let me share screen here. Da. We're gonna share this screen. So can you guys see my screen now? Yeah, look at that, man. Technology, my nigga.
I see it.
Okay, cool. Let's go to his post. Where is it? And I don't know this guy personally, so I'm not necessarily trying to hate on him personally, but I have seen some things, and this guy just comes off like a junior ranking Mason trying to come up with a lot of bullshit. So he says Latinos embrace your conquistador roots, rise to greatness once more. But what he tends to post is very kind of normie boomer type things, like very pro that country in the Middle East.
Republicanism.
Yeah, he talks about he's a new right American, labor nationalist, Marine veteran, space nerd. That's kind of a weird thing for me, for someone to highlight space like that, especially with the rocket behind him.
He's Americanized. He's a space nerd. That gives it away.
And what I responded was that if this is true, if you're really going to embrace these roots and rise to greatness once more, then what you need to understand is that it essentially brings you into conflict with that which he's so, he's like proud American, right? So if you embrace your conquistador roots, you can't help but take a stance against America, because the Americans are a product of the historical enemies of those who, at the end of the day, destroyed the empire, managed to destroy the empire, not through overt warfare, but through propaganda, through espionage. So this is what my response to him was: to truly do this, right? To truly do what he's saying to do here is to do this. And I know that may make strike some sensitive strings, but I think if you've been listening, you've been paying attention to what we've been sharing, you can't really go around that. You have to see the civilizational conflict that where we come from means to what gave birth to this country and this system. And it's not necessarily about trying to pick a fight, but it's just the truth.
The Enlightenment values that the U.S. was founded on is diametrically opposed to our worldview or any traditional worldview of the old world. I mean,
Yeah.
You can't have both. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, you can't serve two masters. You know, if you're riding for Mammon, then you can't ride for what the conquistadors rode for, right? They rode for the crown, for the cross. These are things that are specifically antithetical to the American experiment. It's an experiment built around rejecting any concept of a crown and obviously, you know, separating church and state. Those are things that this country is built upon. And in my analysis of this country, it's the reason why everything's falling apart at the seams. I think a lot of Americanists try to like find this arbitrary point in history, like, oh, it was the Immigration Act of the 60s. No, it was the Immigration Act of the 20s. No, it was the Federal Reserve. No, it was the Civil War. No, it was this. No, it was that. And for mine analysis is it's the roots of this country where the problems lie.
1776.
Even before that, right? I think 1776 was set up to already be that. I think from the foundation of the first colony of Virginia, I think coming from the English Reformation, Henry VIII kicking out the Catholic Church and basically stealing all the church property and lands. Then his alchemist daughter taking over, who was kind of an androgynous character, right? You couldn't really tell if she was male or female. There's a lot of questions around that. And then ultimately culminating with Cromwell in the Glorious Revolution, killing off the rightful king of England, who was a Catholic, okay, regicide, and then inviting all the Sephardic Ugandans that the Spanish Empire had kicked out. Once he invited them over, he was able to finance the British Empire, because up until that point, the British Empire was pretty much just a pirate empire. They made a living from hunting down Spanish treasure ships. It wasn't until they got financing that they were able to actually launch a legit empire. And really, the United States is a continuation of that empire, regardless of the American Revolution.
You know, Noel, Cromwell is definitely a problem, but always it's a Glorious Revolution where they put that Dutch guy instead of their rightful king was Catholic at the time.
Right.
James II. Yeah, because they're all downhill because he was just he basically worked for the bankers. That Dutch dude.
William of Orange.
Was it William of Orange?
Yes, William of Orange. He was the enemy of Louis XIV and the Stuart King of Britain, who was Scottish. So basically,
right.
So basically, what happened is there was a Catholic restoration in England at one point, and it looked like England might straighten itself out. But once again, the lords of England threw in with that Dutch guy who was married to the sister Queen Anne. And Queen Anne and William of Orange invaded England. The English army laid down, and the Dutch took over, basically.
Right. Yeah, I feel like Henry VIII. That was it. If he hadn't apostatized, it could have very well been that the 13 colonies would have been a Catholic, nation. It could be a Catholic country. Could be very different.
In a way. Go ahead, Alex.
I'll go even further. If Henry VIII doesn't apostatize, when his daughter married King Philip of Spain, had she not died, what's her name? Queen Mary of England, not Mary of the Scots, they always make movies about, but Mary of England, who was the daughter of Henry VIII, who was a Catholic. Had Bloody she Mary. Not died, yes, had she not died, Bloody Mary. Had she not died and produced an heir with Philip II, England would have been part of the Spanish Empire. You want to hear an irony of history? She wanted to kill Elizabeth. You know who saved Elizabeth from being killed? Philip II. You best bet he regrets that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that. How did he save her?
She was going to kill her. Queen Mary was going to kill her. And he said, no, she's your blood. Don't kill her. Because Queen Mary knew she was a heretic.
Right.
And Philip II, Philip II's problem was he was too much of a human. He still had hope for the Dutch and English. Like, if you read about his wars, he was very ruthless against the Ottomans. Against the Muslims, he took off the gloves, smashed them. Against the Dutch, English, and French, he would be on the verge of beating them and then try to make peace with them because he really believed in Christian brotherhood. That was his failing.
Yeah, he really believed it. I want to highlight this. I don't know. Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, we could see it.
How it started, how it's going?
Yeah, I've been liking those things you've been putting up. How it started, how it's going.
And I post this stuff, and it is funny, but I'm not necessarily trying to be funny. I'm being dead honest. This is Queen Elizabeth, right? This is who the colony of Virginia was named after. This is where the first English colony in the Americas was founded by. And you need to understand who Queen Elizabeth was. You need to understand who her chief advisor, John Dee, was, who is basically the archetype of all wizards in movies and fairy tales. These people were alchemists. They were into magic with a K. And I don't think it's unreasonable to assume this woman might have been a hermaphrodite. I think the whole concept of Baphomet and kind of being this half woman, half man type of creature really finds reign in her. And you have to understand that during Queen Elizabeth's reign, Catholics, the church, were persecuted, right? If you're found to be a secret Catholic, they would cut you into 4 pieces in the town square. So when they named the colony Virginia, they weren't paying homage to Mary, the Virgin Mother of Christ. They were in a sense kind of creating an inversion. It was almost a joke, like by calling Elizabeth the Virgin Queen. So you have to understand that that's at the fundamental roots of this country. You can't go around the fact that Virginia is named Virginia, and what was the mindset and the motivation for having named the colony Virginia, and who was it founded by. And I think if you're an honest man, you can't then be surprised that this is the result of that, right? Not just after the colonial period, but when you go into the American Revolution, and this might be a little cerebral for some people, but you have to understand that you have to understand this from a Masonic perspective. There's a ritual, I believe it's at the 32nd degree, that's called the Killing of the King ritual, where essentially the person who's being inducted dresses like a king, and they do like a ritual sacrifice of this person. And that's extremely symbolic. When you think about the United States was founded upon the rejection of a king. And then you have to understand a little bit of Christian theology and understand that the king, in a sense, is a representative of Christ, the king of the world. So by rejecting the king, you're also rejecting Christ. And I don't think anybody can dispute that the founding fathers were rejectors of Christ, overwhelmingly were. Most of them were Masons, right? There's no secret about this thing. But then you have to understand, and maybe these guys didn't understand it during their time period, is that if you take away the king over the world, Christ, and you take away the king over a nation, then you are delegitimizing the king of the house. And it's no surprise that the American male, quote unquote, the white American male, the gringo, doesn't rule his own house. At most, he's a co-regent with his wife. But this intrinsic hierarchy of God above men, men above women, women over children is gone, is delegitimized. Why? Because you kicked out the king. And if you can kick out the king, then why can't your children kick you out? And there's Bible scriptures that talk about, women and children will rule over them, when my people are perishing. And what is it that we're living in today? Is who's calling the shots? Who's running the cities? Who's running the government? Who's punking people in the streets and the freeways? It's the children. And who's legitimizing it? It's the women. So you cannot disconnect Queen Elizabeth from Lady Maga. These things are connected. Just wanted to make that.
Yeah, no, that's pretty deep and accurate.
Yeah.
And the reason that we do that is because we try to emulate heaven, and heaven is a kingdom. So every time that we pray our Father, you know, we pay Pater Noster, that we're basically asking for that, you know, thy kingdom come, that will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
Yeah, exactly. And if you reject that order, then it's no surprise that eventually your society will decay. Why? Because the basic structure, the basic unit of society, which is the family itself, is disordered. Itself is set up to be destroyed. So there can't be no surprise. And one of the things that I've been seeing a lot on Twitter, people speaking about is like, oh, you know, we can't attack masculinity. Like it seems like the gringos are having this nostalgia of masculinity that they don't see anymore. And I saw people like Jenna Jameson and Candace Owens talk about this stuff. And when they're describing the men that they want, they're literally describing Mexicans. Not only literal Mexicans, I mean like the hardworking stereotypical Hispano male that wears, you know, boots and a cowboy hat and isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. We all have Mexicans in our countries. We understand that. I use Mexican as an archetype. At the end of the day, to the gringo, we're all Mexicans, so I embrace it.
Right.
We understand that within us, we all have that Mexican, right? So you read the stuff that Jenna Jameson and Candace Owens were saying, and they're basically saying that they want more Mexicans. At the same time, they're saying that they don't want Mexicans. So you see this contradiction. They've beat the masculinity out of their men. Their men don't have any authority over them. They have no legitimacy of authority over them. And now they're crying about it because, well, who's going to protect us when the kids are going crazy and destroying the city? Well, what did we see this year? Who was protecting it? Who was establishing order, not afraid of catching a case, not afraid of losing their job, not afraid of hurting someone if they had to? Who did this over and over again this year? I'll leave it up to you guys to answer. What ethnic group did those men belong to across the board?
Hispanic, Mexican.
Yeah.
They were Hispanic.
Yeah, no, they were. I mean, all the cases that I saw, Dominicans in Washington Heights, el tipo que se bajó del carro, I think he pulled out a wet there, right? He started shooting.
There's a guy in Portland who started shooting. There's a Mexican guy who shot a white guy who tried to hit him with a skateboard in New Mexico. There was the man with the chainsaw in South Texas. There was the Mexican and Puerto Rican gangs in Chicago. There was Dominican gangs in New York. There was Cubans in Miami. All these people went out and regulated their areas. And what you notice is that, you know, the rhetoric up until this year was, oh, Hispanics, they're going to, you know, take over. They're going to have a bunch of babies and they're going to convert every state into a blue state because they're all looking for welfare and handouts and they're all liberal and blah, blah, blah. And I kept telling people, I said, no, Hispanics are traditional people. If they vote Democrat, it's simply because the person on their little ballot happens to have a Spanish last name. They don't know who's what or what are the political opinions of these people. They just know this person has a Spanish last name and that's who they're going to vote for. That's all that voting really, how it really works for most Hispanics.
It does.
But their values are traditional values, right? I think one of the things, if you've paid attention to what we've been putting out, and if you really understand the Hispano civilization or culture at its roots, you understand that it's a traditional culture. It's an ordered culture. There is an implied hierarchy within this culture. It is not a culture based on equality amongst men, right? It's a culture based on hierarchy.
Yeah, it is. It is. Even if it's not explicit nowadays, you certainly could see it in action.
Yes. Yeah, and so I think one of the things that we have to come into consciousness with is that as the system realizes that, oh, there's something intrinsically different about these people, right? They don't necessarily apply the same kind of racial dialectics. They don't necessarily have the same values of equality and freedom and et cetera, these kind of vague liberal with a capital L values. How do we deal with them? And I think you're already seeing it. I think phenomenons like people like Juan Gabriel or Ricky Martin or now what's this Puerto Rican fucker's name? What's his name?
Ricky Martin.
No, el otro reggaetonero.
El Bad Bunny or
Bad Bunny.
Oh, Bad Bunny, Bad Bunny.
You see these things in the culture that are really meant to undo that sense of masculinity, that machismo that we have embedded into our DNA. And so, you know, what I kind of try to encourage Hispanos is to recognize themselves culturally, recognize themselves historically, and recognize that this is the moment where, out of all the moments, they're trying to castrate you. We're like the last holdout of masculinity in this country, and that's not a hyperbole.
Yeah, going back to the music, back in the mid 90s, you know, I definitely jumped on the reggaeton scene, like way back. You know, we're talking like Playero 37, Playero 38. And for a long time, the whole appeal of it, or at least the characters that people were playing and portraying, were, you know, tough guys. And then now I see like dudes like Bad Bunny, and it's like, wow, you know, like, don't get me wrong. I going back, I kind of reject that. Like, you know, I wish I never like got into it anyways.
Yeah,
It's jamish to begin with, but you know, they start you off like that. Like the dudes were tough, they were getting money, they were getting women, you know, had respect. But yeah, look at Bad Bunny. I mean, look how he dresses. Just look at his physique. He looks frail.
yeah. Same thing with rap, right? Like rap was like, oh, I'm a boss, nigga. What's up? Like I'm a hustler, and I call the shots, and I carry heat, and you know, fuck a faggot, and fuck these bitches. And it was very misogynistic and very macho. But that's how the devil works. The devil seduces you with pleasures, right? So.
Right.
What you're not realizing is that when you give into this, you know, you might want to call it capitalism, but you give into this consumption pleasure value system, you eventually become effeminate. And that's exactly what happened to rap music, and that's exactly what happened to reggaeton.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, you get fat and lazy. You know, everything is about pleasure. You know, getting drunk, having promiscuous, you know, sexual activities. What, you know, everything's pleasure, nothing arduous, nothing that builds you up.
Yeah, on the contrary, it's meant to seduce you and to lead you astray. Let me pivot over here and let me talk to Catrielo Zul, Mayan Cognition, El Chapin.
Hello. Can you hear me?
What's up, brother? How are you?
I'm good. Just hanging out on the floor because I have nowhere
Yeah.
else to sit.
Oh, okay. Introduce yourself a little bit to us. You know, I just know you through Twitter, so you reached out, but you know, give us a little bit of background on who you are and kind of how you see things.
So I've been somewhat known in like Hispanic circles, but specifically Pocho circles
Yeah.
of like fascism, Nazism, like radicalism in general, right? And I've been called many names: Catriello, Licazzo, Mayan, but Mayan is the most common one.
Yeah.
And I wanted
You
I
saw
started-
some of the videos, I think, right?
yeah, I wanted to talk about more like recently, right? Like I'd want to say like a year and a half now. I've been more focusing on more Mayan ideas, right? Like more indigenous ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you
You're Guatemalan, correct? What part are you? Are you born and raised in Guatemala, or are you a Guatemalan Pocho?
I'm Guatemalan Pocho.
Oh, okay, cool. Got it.
And when you actually look into like the actual culture, right? It's nothing like the indigenous cultures, like pre-Columbian, pre-everything. What they tell you about it in like in academia, they portray it as this like they view it from a liberal lens. You know, they talk about like, oh yeah, they did a hard sacrifice, but they were also homosexuals and all this. When that's not true at all.
Right.
It's a complete misunderstanding of what the culture actually was. You know, and that's my whole point at this point is basically to reinvindicate much more native concepts, whether it be cosmological views, religious views, whatever, in the face of modernity.
Mhm.
That's the ultimate view, because I don't want it like sinking into. I don't want liberals hijacking the culture into thinking, oh yeah, this is ours, when in reality it really isn't.
Yeah.
That's great work. Yeah, that's a space that I think needs to be defended. That's great that you're doing that.
Yeah, no, I think that's important. I don't know if you've really caught on to some of the stuff that we laid out, but I like to point out that there's three roots essentially to our ethnoi. And by our ethnoi, I basically highlight Hispanoamerica. Uh, Whoever is kind of bringing some noise in, I'm gonna have to mute you. Okay, yeah. So I basically talk about us in Hispanoamerica when I talk about our ethnoi. Um, and I highlight concepts like Cristo Rey, and I don't necessarily just mean the Catholic Church by that, though obviously that is the institution that gave us or brought Cristo Rey to this continent. But beyond that, I kind of come into the concept of logos, right? Or Tao. The Chinese have a tradition of Tao, where basically you're recognizing that there is an innate order to the world. There is a sense of nature. There is a sense of morality outside of human relativism. There is a way, right? And Jesus literally said, "I am the truth, the light, and the way." So that's what I mean by logos, is that the first root is that we recognize that there is an order, there is a way, there is a right way, and there is a wrong way to do things. And it's not just relative. It doesn't change with the time. It doesn't change with what position on the map you're on. What's right here today will be right there tomorrow as well. The second root I highlight is essentially our Spanish root, right? The Spanish language. Quite literally down to most of us have paternal Spanish DNA, and I'm talking about the mestizos. But even if you're not, even if you don't have Spanish admixture, the culture in of itself, the Spanish kind of role or legacy plays that paternal role, right? So it's like you have God, Cristo Rey, you have the Spanish language or legacy as the father, and then the third one is el mestizaje, which I think a lot of Hispanistas, quote unquote, kind of don't understand or look over, and I think it's something uniquely to us Hispanos in America, or in the Americas, is highlighting el mestizaje, because it's what gives us kind of a unique flavor, right? In the universal, that we're all related through this Spanish root. At the same time, we are different, right? El mestizaje from Guatemala is different from the mestizaje just a couple clicks north in the Valley of Mexico, or even a couple clicks south in Nicaragua, for example. It's different from the mestizaje of Las Antillas. It's different from the one of Peru and Chile and Argentina. So it took different forms. So I like to highlight that because it allows us to kind of embrace those different forms. It allows us to also connect to the original inhabitants of the land, right? And in a country like Guatemala, you have a sizable indigenous population, which, whether you're mestizo or not, you're still related to them, right? There's still a genetic connection to these people. It's not just geographic. So, and I know you've kind of seen some of that, and now that you're kind of introducing, you're focusing more on, the real story about what the Native Americans, especially in Mesoamerica, were like, their worldview, how they viewed the world. I like to hear it because, again, it dispels the liberal myth of the noble savage that they've always kind of shoved down our throats. But it shows that even many times, the Mesoamericans were more even more patriarchal than even the Spanish were. So I think it actually brings a lot of this liberal bullshit, this line of, they were down with the two-spirited people, when the reality is that they actually impaled a lot of these people publicly. Things.
I think I'd like to clear something up with the two-spirited thing, which many people misunderstand. So here's the thing, right? When you hear two-spirited, most people, like liberals, they try to inflate it like, oh, it's exactly the same as transgenders, when it wasn't. So the actual idea of two-spirited comes from tribes in the north. I think it was the Algonquin tribes or some of the northern tribes, right? Like that original name, like two-spirited, comes from North America, right? North American tribes. And most of the time they were seen as bad omens, like they weren't seen as good. There wasn't like an inherent good to them. And most of the time they were actually persecuted, for being what they were. And if they weren't being persecuted, they served a completely socio-religious role. Like they had a priest, like in Peru, they had a similar idea. The Incas had a similar idea of being half masculine and half feminine. but serving as a representative for the gods to understand the gods better. It wasn't seen as, oh, I'm transgender and this is normal. No, it served a specific role for a specific group of people. It wasn't like this universal thing. And so when modern liberals, like Native American liberals or like mestizos LARPing as what you call it?
Yeah, it's always
Yeah.
it's always mestizos.
Mestizos LARPing as Native American, and they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, I'm too spirited." It's just not true. It's like, first of all, it doesn't even apply to like it's not connected. You're not connected, right, to the North American tribes that did actually practice that word, but
Right.
also you're not even connected to the original culture. You know, you're not in that context, you're not in that culture. And this is something that I think people also understand about Native American cultures, is that they're very Puritan. Especially, this is something I've noticed about Mayans, right? You're either a part of them or you're not.
Right.
There is no in between. Like, for example, I'm a Ladino, right?
Mhm. Can you
Ladino.
explain what that is for everybody?
Oh yeah, sorry. Ladino in Guatemala means something completely different than what other people think. So people think of
Yeah.
Ladino like, oh, Jew, but in Guatemala it's more similar to mestizo, but that's not completely accurate. But we'll just say mestizo just to keep things simple.
Mhm.
And so it's a specific like identity in whether it be Guatemala or southern Mexico or some parts of Central.
Well, what's the difference between a mestizo and a Ladino? I thought there was a difference.
There is a difference. There is a difference. So it's not completely racial. So like
Mhm.
you could be like, let's say like 90% Native American or like pure Native American, but
Yeah.
if you were raised in like purely Hispanic, right? Like in a purely Hispanic culture, or puro Ladino, puro Occidental,
Mhm.
you'd be considered a Ladino, despite the fact que miras Maya or like you looked completely Native American.
Right.
For the most part, it's half cultural and it's half racial, you know, because the majority of Latinos are mestizos. That's just a fact.
God, no.
I don't think
But
anyone.
it's not exclusive. It could be
It's
a
not
pure-blooded Mayan who just grew up in the city and didn't grow up in Mayan culture.
Yeah, and you were raised Ladino, and so you become a Ladino.
Ya te entiendo. Okay, I got it.
And
But
so
please go on. Yeah.
yeah, even I as a Ladino, right? Like, even though I'm a Ladino, I do I as a Ladino, right? I understand like, okay, I'm part Mayan, I have some Basque and whatever, right?
Yeah.
But like in comparison, Mayans don't have that. They're very tribalistic. They see it as they're very preservative of their bloodlines, and they have to because they've had to deal with multiple different things. Like for example, during many people don't know this, but the Mayan areas were the actual areas that rebelled the most against the Spanish Empire.
Yeah.
Whether which, for example, I think this dates back to the fact that the Mayans had a much more developed cosmological view in comparison to the Aztecs or the Incas or whoever it be, because they had text, they had writing, they had stuff to actually pass down for generations and generations.
Yeah.
And so it was much more, it's like trying to convert Indians, right? People from India into Catholicism. You know,
Right.
there's going to be much more pushback. And so that's why there was much more pushback in the Yucatan and in the highlands. And so the Mayans had to deal with the Spanish, right?
Hold on, give me 1 sec. So let me understand correctly. And this is what I have always thought, but I want you to confirm it for me. The Mayans are much more ancient. They basically have been there as far as we know, whereas the Aztecs were new kids on the block who just kind of took over the Mexican Valley, but they're not originally from there. They just they're kind of like the Turks, right? Like the Turks came to Anatolia, and they didn't really have civilization until they got to Anatolia, conquered Anatolia, and then they kind of learned it. Same thing with the Mongols in China. They didn't really have civilization until they conquered it from the Chinese and kind of adopted Chinese culture. So if I understand correctly, the Aztecs or the Mexica came from, present day Southwest United States, got to the Mexican Valley, and there was already an ancient civilization that they kind of, got in and slowly started conquering and basically absorbing that culture and that civilization. Whereas the Maya, they were always there as far as we know.
Sort of. It's a bit more complicated. I think I can explain it real quick.
Yeah, please.
So the Aztecs, they were related to a group called the Toltecs, right? The Toltecs was this great expansive empire that it was in modern day Mexico,
Hmm.
and you could see them as a sort of precursor to the Aztecs, right?
Okay.
So they were related, or they spoke the same. They came from the same language family, the same genetics, like Sylvid, you know.
Yeah.
And so the Toltecs were the first people to actually invade that area, where like modern day Tenochtitlan and Teotihuacan and all those areas is.
Central Mexico.
Yeah, but we know that there were people before the Toltecs. Like that place had been ancient way beforehand. It's just that a bunch of it is most likely covered by modern day cities, right? So we can't
Right.
really access like what we know, like what we can figure out.
Right.
And so when the Aztecs came, the area was much more it had like devolved, right, into a much more tribal state. Like there were other what they call Uto-Aztecan tribes.
Hmm.
Uh, and they were also just other tribes in general. So when the Aztecs came, they came in and then they started plotting, and then eventually, like, they became the Aztec Empire. The Mayans is a bit more complicated because we know so the Mayan language didn't spread right
Hmm.
into what we know as a modern Mayan lands, right, until around 2000 BCE.
Hmm.
So like the idea of Mayanness, right, doesn't come around until 2000 BCE when the Mayan language spread. And the Mayans themselves are a mix of other people, but in comparison to the Toltecs and the Aztecs, they're much more ancient. And as time passed, we know when the Toltecs came, right, when they didn't only go into Mexico, they also went way much more south because they were a much more expanding empire and they wanted to spread their influence. And
Yeah.
so many of the Mayan nobles were actually of Toltec descent. They weren't actually of Mayan descent. And
Oh,
so
wow.
you have another layer. Mayans are much more like layers and layers of a civilization in
Yeah.
comparison to the Aztecs who assimilated some stuff from the previous civilization, but mostly it was their civilization. So as you said, in comparison, like the Turks, you know.
Right. Right. So, okay, that's interesting. Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Very.
How did the Mayans and Aztecs interact around the time of Cortez?
Um, I haven't. There isn't that much information. Obviously, I mean, it was a chaotic time.
Yeah.
uh, but from what I could read, there was definitely, even between the nobles, right? Even though the nobles saw themselves as Toltec, right? Like, oh, we're of Toltec descent, there was complications with the Aztecs. If you read some translations of the Popol Vuh, which is like a Mayan holy book,
Yeah.
of the Quiche people, which has a bunch of similarities with Christianity, I'd like to add. But um, if you actually read some translations, right, they always put like prefaces of like explaining the context of what that book was written in. And there is from many of those translations, I've seen that there was conflict with the Aztecs. It wasn't like, oh, we want to submit to the Aztecs, or oh, we see ourselves as brethren with the Aztecs. Even though they saw themselves as somewhat related to the Aztecs, they still had a bunch, and I mean a bunch of problems. Because
Hmm.
they saw them again, sort of similar to like Toltec's invasions, you know, oh look, a foreign power trying to come and invade us and impose their will upon us, you know.
Yeah, kind of like Greeks and Romans. So where the Greeks had a more ancient history, more of an evolved civilization, they saw the Romans as kind of like these backwood monkeys trying to LARP like Greeks.
Yeah,
I'm
sort of.
assuming that the Mayans probably saw the Aztecs that way.
Yes, because they
And
saw
I
them as new kids on the block.
right, right. And I know that the Nahuas, the ethnic group that the Aztecs and the Mexica were part, they went all the way down past the Mayan heartland. They went down into El Salvador, and the last stop was basically what is today Nicaragua, which is
Yes,
why
that
the Indians in Nicaragua, where I'm from, they speak Nahua.
yes, that is correct because in most Uto-Aztecan mythologies, there
Yeah.
was this idea of a sun god or a solar entity
Mhm.
telling them to like start new homelands, basically to explore and find new homelands and to eventually cover all four corners of the earth.
Sounds like out of the Old Testament.
Well, I mean, yeah, there is a bunch of connections between mythologies of Mesoamerica, specifically Mesoamerica, but you can also
Yeah.
argue the Incas and whatever. But in Mesoamerica, there's a bunch of connections with stuff from the Old Testament and stuff like that. Like, for example, this is a specific example that I think is very interesting. I don't know if you've heard of a god called Balun Wontan.
Balloon Utan.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so it's, I don't know if that last part, Wotan, does it sound similar? Does it sound like very familiar?
yeah, it does.
It sounds similar.
Woden.
Yeah, Woden. And here's the thing, right? I've actually done a bunch of research into this. At first, I thought it was just like Nordicists and Ariosophists LARPing as, oh, we white people found a Mesoamerican civilization, right? So I displaced it. I was like, I don't really care for this theory. But then I actually looked into it. And here's something interesting, right? The Nordic people themselves didn't say that Odin was of their race, of their people. They said that he was a foreigner. He came from foreign lands. And so the theory I've been recently developing is that these figures, right, like who came from boats and like landed and gave knowledge, were actually Phoenicians. And if for many people who don't know, the Phoenicians were heavily related to the Hebrews, to the Israel.
They're basically cousins.
Yeah, basically
Yeah.
cousins.
I'm partially Lebanese, and yeah, the Phoenicians were my ancestors.
Exactly. And so the theory that I think is most likely is that the idea of Woden or whatever, right, that specific name is more of a title rather than a name. And I think either they were adventurers or something of the sort that were looking for foreign lands to trade. But of course, they intermingled with the natives, and then they were seen as gods. And I think that's what happened with Bolan Watan, because Balun Watan is seen as a sort of, he's seen as a solar entity. And the thing with solar entities is that many of the solar entities in Mesoamerican civilization, specifically in the Mayan civilization, in the Mayan cosmological worldview, it's related to this sky father. I think I think that's the best way to describe it, called Itzamnach. It's literally means lizard house, right? Of the lizard house.
Yeah.
And the closest approximation would be Saturn in Greek mythology, or what's this?
Chronos.
Yeah, Kronos, yeah.
Yeah.
Kronos in Greek mythology, Saturn in Roman mythology. My bad,
Right.
I was getting confused.
Yeah. it's all good.
So that's the closest approximation I could see. And if you look at Balun Wotan, right, like all the stories that they talk of him, like bearded, like spreading knowledge, spreading the word, he sounds very Christ-like, right? And that's why I think what's their name? Not Jehovah's Witnesses, the other people who are similar to them.
Black Hebrew Israelites.
The Mormons.
Mormons, there you go. I think that's why Mormons have had such a good time like weaseling themselves in.
Ah, motherfuckers. Now I'm seeing it. That actually makes a lot of sense.
Remember, who founded the Mormons? A Freemason.
Yeah.
Literally founded the Mormons. And we know that the Freemasons know much more about history, or genuine history, than the crap that's taught to us in modern academia.
Mhm.
And that's the thing, when you actually, this is what sort of changed my complete worldview, right? Like you and me, we have completely different views on certain stuff, right?
Sure.
But we can both agree that most of modern history is a complete lie. And the majority of things, like modern political movements, whether it be leftist or whether it be rightist, if they have any institutional backing, is because they're part of the program. And
Cool.
that's what I'm trying to salvage. I'm trying to salvage the genuine history and the genuine cosmological views of the Mayans, mostly the Mayans, but also I connected to Mesoamerican stuff and
In
others.
general. Yeah.
I'm going to say something that might be controversial. Do you guys believe there was once an ancient, advanced seafaring civilization that has gone by different names, whether Atlantis? Because I don't think it's a coincidence. The Greeks, the Phoenicians, the Hebrews, and the natives all have legend about this land disappearing and people coming from those lands spreading knowledge. I just don't believe in coincidences, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm a personal subscriber to that Atlantis theory.
I mean, I don't think you can just rule it out. I mean, it's like you said, all these ancient civilizations talk about it. I mean, the Bible talks about a great flood. I don't think you can rule that out. I think assuming that all the native peoples of the Americas came through the Bering Strait, I think is a little simplistic. I think it's a little naive. You know, there's a lot more than I think we've gotten to know. And to assume that we're the most advanced technologically because maybe we have the internet, but you know, there's other forms of technology when you start trying to understand like how were these buildings built. You know, they talk about you know, like Tesla and kind of free gravity or kind of free electricity or whatever. You know, I've only looked into this stuff superficially, but to assume that this is the pinnacle and there hasn't been any other advancements, I think is a little naive. I think even in there's a Bible story where they took down the walls of Jericho with trumpets, right? So it's like, how did you use sound in order to make walls fall down? Well, now technology is kind of coming to the point where they see the role that sound can play. If you amplify it certain ways, you can definitely have some effects like that. So it's interesting stuff. Okay, so keep going here. So what you're trying to do is basically kind of give a more fuller story that's not this kind of, you know, liberal with a capital L PC bullshit vision of what the natives were like, especially the Mayans, but you know, throughout all Mesoamerica. Let me ask you this question. Do you know, have you ever heard of a poet king named Nezahualcoyotl?
It sounds familiar. I think you're gonna have to catch me up.
I haven't looked deeply into it. Just some friends and listeners have mentioned him, but he was kind of like this mythical king of the Aztecs, right? Like before they were kind of where they really were, and he was like a poet king, and some of his poetry has survived. And when you read of the poetry, he kind of is talking about the concept of logos or Tao. You know, like he is kind of even people like Marcus Aurelius talked about like this God with a capital G, this kind of yeah, nezahualcoyotl. So he talked about this God, this logos, this Tao, this way, this order of things beyond like our relative views. I was just wondering if you knew much about him or not. It's
Oh,
something that I've been meaning to look into.
yeah, I've heard about this dude before. What you call it? He was the king of Texcoco, if I remember.
Yeah,
And
yeah. And supposedly his poetry sounds a lot like David's Psalms. Like, you know, he's like talking to this God and he's kind of recognizing this God and basically denouncing these little gods with a G.
yeah, I find that interesting because Texcoco, like, was seen as sort of like a technological center of the Aztec Empire. Like, it was seen as like the city of where the arts came from, you know, like art, like sciences or alchemy would be called back in the day.
Yeah, it was
Stuff
kind of
like
a
that
fusion of
came
both.
from Texcoco.
Right. Even the term like Tlatoani, which is like their version of a king, I think meant like great speaker or something.
Yes.
But please keep going. So I understand what you're doing, and now you know here we are. So like, what is it that you saw, or you thought maybe we have misunderstood, or you know, since you've heard a little bit about what we've presented, how do you relate to it, or disagree with it? By all means, connect us here.
Yeah. So I would consider myself to an extent anti-Hispanist, right? Like I don't consider myself Hispanist at all, despite some people thinking I am, right? Because oh, you're a Ladino, therefore you're Hispanist.
Mhm.
And I don't. How can I say it? I don't agree with the sort of ethos, right, that comes from Spain. Just to put it simply, right? Um, but here's the thing, right? Like people, this is something that you come to learn after being in political circles or circle jerks for a long time.
Yeah.
Um, you shouldn't really be trivializing over stuff like that, you know, over minute details. Like we could easily go for like an hour on talking about oh why Christianity, like why you think Christianity is good and why I think Christianity is bad. And
Mhm.
that's why most of the time I try to avoid religious debate unless I'm feeling like contrarian on that day or
Yeah.
like I'm joking around. And so that my whole point right now is just to sort of salvage what we can of the ancients, you know, of like for example, the cosmological worldview of the Mayans, right? This is something that I think I try to constantly try to learn about. Is that the cosmological worldview of the Mayans, a bunch of it, like there's almost no resources on it. Like the world of what I like to call Mayan occultism, it doesn't exist. If you search up Mayan occultism, most of the stuff you'll find is either New Age babble, Ariosophist, like Aryan stuff, like Aryans, like they're saying, oh, Aryans founded this civilization or whatever.
Right. Like Robert Sepper.
Yeah, or like Mormon stuff, you know. And I think, like to a certain extent, they do have some truths, right? Like almost every misleading thing has truth to them, or else they wouldn't be followed. And what my point is trying to do is to try to actually go to the roots, right? Since I'm Guatemalan and I have Mayan ancestry, right? My point is to see it from the perspective of a Mayan and try to rebuild all that was lost during the conquest and during post-conquest and whatever, right? Because over time, a bunch of traditions were lost. And so I'm not trying to as much say, oh, we need to bring back paganism, right? Because this is something many people have misinterpreted about me. They're like, oh, you're pagan. You want to bring back paganism, despite the fact that I'm not a pagan. My point is to try to understand the paganism completely, right. Paganism that existed before Christianity. Try to understand like why they believed in it and to see what you can learn from it.
Yeah,
So for example, right, like let's say the cosmology, sorry, I know I'm repeating myself, but the cosmology, right? Many people don't know that the Mayans had the idea of a sky father, Itzamnach. And also to a certain extent, the Aztecs as well had the idea of a sky father, although they didn't see it as a father as much as a sort of indolent creator. And it was called Ometeotl. And so I personally think these two gods were the same. But that, for example, no one has heard about those names, those gods' names, right? Whenever you learn about the Mayan civilization, you don't hear about that. Or for example, let's say,
yeah, you don't hear about that. You just hear about like minor gods. You don't hear about a father, sky god.
You hear about Quetzalcoatl, which technically isn't even Mayan. It's supposed to be Kukulkan. And even before that, right? Even before Kukulkan existed, because Kukulkan in the Mayan mythology, right? It's explicitly mentioned that he is a Toltec god, right? And so it's most likely Kukulkan was based on Quetzalcoatl. And so I don't know if you've read about this, but the connections between Quetzalcoatl and Lucifer as like a fallen angel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even before that concept of Kukulkan came into like the Mayan world, there was another god way beforehand that was also a sort of Lucifer, right? His name was Chak'ek, which means great star or red star. And he was seen as a god of chaos and had many different forms, you know? Like Chak'ek is just a specific, like, general name. He had, like, I think 8 different forms, like, in 8 different stages. And so this is stuff that you don't listen about, right? Like you don't hear about. I'm mentioning this, but whenever I mention this to like anyone who's like into like religious studies, when they hear that, they're like Jesse, like what are you talking about? You know?
Mm-hmm. What so like let's talk about Mormonism real quick. So Mormonism has been creeping into would you say more of the native population or the Ladino population in Guatemala, or other forms of evangelical Protestantism?
To a certain extent, both Ladinos and Mayans, but especially they target specifically with Mormons. They target especially Mayans because they know that because Mayans still practice like what Catholics would call deviant beliefs. You know, beliefs that aren't Catholic at all or Christian.
Syncretism, yeah.
Yeah, syncretism. And even to this day, there are a bunch of shamans, right? And like these shamans don't know anything about Christianity. They only know about the oral tales and the mystery schools, right? That existed before.
Sure.
And so if let's say like a like a regular Mayan, right, who listens to a shaman and knows about Christianity, when he hears about, oh, there was a what you call it, a bearded man, right, and Jesus Christ, that what you call it, Wotan was actually Jesus Christ, they'll think, that makes sense, you know, like on a surface level. And so when they start getting into it, and Mormons grab that Mayan, and then eventually they convert him. And that's why if you actually look about like Mormonism in Guatemala, like there's a bunch of videos of people like talking about, oh, our experience in learning Mayan, or oh, like Mormons themselves, right, talking about themselves learning Mayan. And then like there's interesting interviews where they talk about how they're like it's easier with a Mayan than it is with a Ladino. Like they talk about it nonchalantly, you know.
Yeah, I've heard they were trying to take over like Tikal and certain sites, basically, and like, I mean, for me, I don't know how you see it, but I just see that as another form of Anglo imperialism. They're just simply using this religion as a way to try to get in.
Oh no, definitely. Because even the founder, right? Even the founder of Mormonism, he would have definitely hated America, despite the fact that he was a Freemason. I'm
Right.
pretty sure he would have hated America because he had a completely different goal. You know, it's like that phrase las dos sinagogas. Like it's two different synagogues. Like sure, they're friendly at face value, but like they argue with each other.
Right. You know, my impression of Guatemalans, and I know like evangelicalism has grown a lot, but overall, my impression is that they're very conservative, traditional people. Like I always say as a joke when I'm making fun of like Argentina or Uruguay or Chile, these countries that are like praised for being advanced economies, and you know, it's always underlying the fact that they're more Europoid than they are, you know, mestizo or Indio. I always say the cure to their rainbowness is to send a bunch of Guatemalans there to make them men and to mix with them. So I say it as a joke, but that's my impression. You know, my impression is that there's like a stronghold of tradition, and you know, I think one has to recognize that it is kind of a syncretic tradition. It's not just purely like this, you know, Spanish tradition from the 1500s. It is a fusion of the pre-Columbian Mayan stuff, but it strikes me that Mayans are very pious people, you know, like whether they know the theology or not, they do, you know, are very adherent to the faith, probably more than the whiter Guatemalans in Guatemala City. Would you agree with that, or how would you explain that to me?
Yeah, this is something interesting that when I actually started looking into like the Mayan rebellions
Yeah.
against Spain, there was always a sort of I like to say that Mayans are a sort of hot-blooded people, but behind the curtains. I think that's the best way to put it. Because at the face value, if you look at like a surface reading of history of the Mayan people, you'd think, oh, they're docile, you know? These are like docile people who have been enslaved by whether it be the Toltecs or whether it be the Spanish or whatever. But when you actually look into the rebellions that are led by Mayans, they were furious. Like they would put, to a certain extent, they'd put jihadists to shame in like the amount of and how fanatic they were. Like I'll give you an example, right? The most notorious example of this was the caste war of the Yucatan.
Yeah.
So in the caste war of the Yucatan, there was a bunch of either people who saw themselves as the true bearers of Catholicism, or people who saw themselves as syncretists, you know?
Yeah.
They saw themselves like they believed much more in their syncretism than they believed in the authority of the Catholic Church. And that was a big justification for why they said, oh, let's get rid. During that time, mestizos weren't like at all what they are right now. Like there was a much smaller population of mestizos.
Right.
And so they said, oh, genocide the mestizos, right? Oh, genocide the whites. And I personally see this as good, but that's just contextual or whatever.
Yeah.
Like there was always an idea of fanaticism, and even to this day, as you pointed out, many Mayans are still like pious because they're very devoted people. Like you can't like if there's something you can't say about a Mayan is that they're not devoted, because they are. Now I think it's been corrupted over the time, but as a generality, they are devoted people, whether it be to a religion or to a cause or to whatever.
Yeah. No, I mean, you still see lynchings in rural highland Guatemala, right? When there's somebody molesting children or people stealing stuff. They literally get set on fire on a street.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So I get that you obviously you're not necessarily a Christian, right?
No, I am not a Christian.
Now, how does that square up with your upbringing or your family? Was your family Catholic, or do you want to get the context of that?
So inside the family household, right? I was raised generally Catholic, but we weren't like dedicated Catholics, you know, and what you call it, just like passing Catholics. And I was raised in a Catholic school. Like I went to a Catholic school for many, many, many years.
Now I understand.
And so I think that's why some like
There's nothing to make people more anti-Catholic than going to a Catholic school.
dude. No, this is the thing. It's like out of like without seriousness, right? Almost every person I know who went to the Catholic school I did, they're like they're like your typical liberal, you know.
Oh no, I would agree.
But no, I think the good thing about that Catholic school was that it got me to question things, even though it sort of did it in a bad way. Like, because when I started questioning Christianity, right? Like I went down. It's controlled, right? When you go against Christianity, right, or when you go against what are traditional values, it doesn't matter whether it be Islam or whatever. The system inherently tries to subjugate your radicality, you know, like it shows you certain things but it doesn't show you the whole picture.
Sure.
Like for example, I started getting into like progressiveness, but like more traditional progressiveness rather than the progressiveness that we see right now. And that's how I got into politics, was like, like uber atheism and like traditional progressivism. That's how I got.
You mean like labor and stuff?
Yeah, like labor stuff.
Got it.
Yeah. And that's the thing, right? Like I understand, to a certain extent, I understand Christianity. I have some gripes with it, but I wouldn't say like to go as, destroy everything Christian, you know. That's not my goal. I think to the contrary, I think you can learn from Christianity, you know, like for like personally, right? Because I delve a lot into occultism, and I even have a blog that goes into occultism. Like I've made connections between like the Bible and like the Popol Vuh, or connections between the mythology of the Mayans and the mythology of do you know who the Gnostics are?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and to the Gnostics, right? Like the one, not like the Book of Judas, right? Which is just a complete fabrication. Like genuine Gnostic texts that like have some, like you could make an argument that they have legitimacy to them, right?
Yeah, I know what you're referring to.
Yeah. And so I've made connections between those like different like
when you were kind of describing the stuff you were describing, I was thinking about the demiurge and all these other things. And I think it's really interesting to see how the Mesoamerican societies may have had a connection with these things as well. And then I think understanding that there had to have been a bridge between the old world and the new world per se, it's not so far-fetched. But I want to address something that Tim Osuna said here. They said people closer to their indigenous side tend to reject Catholicism due to its connection to breaking up their societies. It's understandable. And to be honest, from my experience and my travels in Hispano-America, the more indigenous you are, the more pious and traditional you are. And it's the whiter you are, the more degenerate and liberal you are.
Well, because most of them are descended from Masons, dude.
It seems that way. I mean, it seems like when you go to the main cities where it's more of a mestizo population, or it is where you're going to find more people on the lighter side of the scale, it's definitely not traditional. It's definitely not pious. But if you go to a little town up in the highlands where they're still speaking their indigenous language, you know, they're still keeping their processions. They're still, you know, going to their church services 3 times a week.
It could be because they're isolated from jam culture to a certain extent, and the people in the city are more exposed to it. You know, as a factor, not end all be all, but you know, it could be that.
Yeah, no, I think that's a factor overall in Hispano-America. But yeah, definitely you can say that with these people.
You know what's funny is when he mentioned about Catholic schools, I went to Catholic school the first 8 years, And I came out of there like not liking Catholicism. Like I got into like I don't want to say New Age, but like ancient aliens and stuff like that, right? But what happened was over time, as I saw my Catholicism and my Hispanicism constantly attacked by Anglo-Saxon supremacy, it made me re-embrace my Catholicism. So I totally do believe my religion, but in a way, my Catholicism is almost like a fuck you to American society.
Alex, you know what the thing is? That Catholic schools stopped being Catholic. You know,
That's true.
About 70 years ago, they stopped being Catholic. I mean, it's just point in case. They accept non-Catholics in Catholic schools nowadays. And you no longer have nuns teaching. They have, just regular people who might not even be Catholic themselves coming in to teach. They're certainly not praying the Angelus at well, I don't know if they'll be there at 6 a.m, but definitely at 12. So that's why. And I think really the Catholic school is just not even a shadow of its former self.
It doesn't belong to the tradition anymore. It's been divorced.
It's docile.
They teach evolution. They teach things that, just simply aren't part of the Catholic capital C tradition.
Yeah. And even if they did, really, it's going to be your father in the house, the priest of the house, that's going to teach you the faith the most and make sure that you keep it. If he's not doing that, then, that's it.
I'll share a little bit about myself. My mom is essentially like when she was young, her generation, she was like a wannabe Sandinista, right? There was a point where everybody was a Sandinista in Nicaragua, even those who try to pretend they didn't. Everybody was celebrating when the Sandinistas took over. Many might regret it today, but that's the truth. So my mom was very much more of kind of this like, Marxist inspired tradition, more like liberation theology. And the folkloric music of Nicaragua takes this kind of line where it kind of, we've talked about it on private, how basically, the boomer generation of Hispanoamerica kind of fell into the Cold War dialectic, and they basically meshed their Spanish ancestry with the Yankees, right? It was like we're the Indians fighting against the Spanish again, but now it's us mestizos fighting against the Yankees. It's like they kind of drew parallels out of it. And so with that, they kind of portrayed the Catholic Church as the church of the conquerors, as a colonizer religion. And so that bias was kind of adopted in me. And, my grandma, who was a very pious Catholic woman, actually became a Jehovah's Witness later on in her life. And I thought that was really weird, as an adult looking back. Like, how did grandma become a Jehovah's Witness? Well, you kind of understand things like Vatican II and basically how that gutted the church out and basically, took away the motivation of why remain Catholic when it's increasingly becoming an evangelical church with statues and stuff. So, as a little kid, I would kind of, ask these questions like, well, if Adam and Eve were the first people, then like, how do we have Chinese people? This 8-year-old logic. I think the reality now, I realize that Adam and Eve were actually mestizo, and when you mix two mestizos, you're gonna get people of different complexions. You know what I mean? If you have enough kids, you're gonna have a white kid, an Indian kid, a black kid, and everything in between. That's just kind of a joke, but
it's funny because the Catechism says that the reason, obviously, they're not saying evolution, but if you read the Catechism of Baltimore, which is from 1870 something, it says basically because it was, people started spreading out and they changed due to the conditions. So it's, it kind of rhymes a little bit with evolution, although obviously that's not what they're talking about, but that's the official answer.
It's adaptation, not evolution. Like they believe, right? They believe humans could change, but you're not going to turn, you don't see walking dogs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, talking dogs. You don't see a talking bird. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah. And this stuff has been documented by, people like, I forget this gentleman's name. He's from like E. Michael Jones's circle. Fonz, I think
Peter Helen, no?
No, not Peter Helland. He wrote Time, Life, and John Courtney Murray and the American Proposition, and basically how they infiltrated the church and basically kind of drove it their way. And I'll full disclosure, I'm not a Roman Catholic myself. You know, I didn't grow up religious. Again, on quite the contrary, I lived most of my life very, I might say, paganistic. Very, I was a Luciferian without knowing I was a Luciferian. I was just living, you know, money, cars, clothes, hoes, and shit. You know, that's what that's what you do. But eventually, I did have a moment of conversion, and I found out what Vatican II was, and that kind of enabled or propelled me to go look for like a traditional church. And I found one. I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know this thing existed, man. No wonder the world's fucked up. We stopped going to traditional mass. But over time, that actually led to me in my conversion to becoming Orthodox, which is Catholic, but it's just not Roman Catholic. So I think there's something there. Maybe this is something for a future episode that we could definitely expand on, and definitely I want to read some of your blog posts, Mayan Cognition, to see where you saw some parallels, because that's really interesting to me, you know, to see how the pre-Columbian cultures might have anticipated logos. And I think that's something that's not mentioned at all. It's not mentioned how, you know, the Mayans did put up a fight, you know, throughout the whole entire time. But there was tons and tons and tons of nations that didn't put up any fight. They just said, you know what, this makes more sense. And their royalty and their noble class converted in mass. You know, I think if anything, that might have been the majority of the reaction. But yeah.
Yeah, this is something I wanted to touch upon. I can if you want, I can make like some of the connections I've noticed personally with my occultic studies. So for example, like I already talked about like the heavenly father, the celestial father. It sounds very similar to the biblical father, or what in, you know, occultic circles they call a demiurge. And there's also similarities between Quetzalcoatl and Lucifer. There's also for example, this is a big example actually. Funnily enough, I forgot which friar it was or which missionary it was who talked about the culture of the Mayans in modern day Chiapas, right? And specifically modern day, what would be like the like Tabasco area, you know?
Yeah, like
in between Tabasco and Chiapas.
the Puro Pecha.
No, like the Mayan area. It was still Mayan.
Oh, in the south, South. Yeah, there's ¿cómo que se llaman los estados ahí? Quintana Roo.
It's in between Tabasco and Chiapas. It's not a modern day state, but like there was a kingdom that existed there, right?
Okay.
And when when the missionaries went there and they tried introducing Catholicism, right, to the natives, something that the natives said, right, when they started learning from the missionaries, when they heard about the story of Noah, they said, "Oh, we're descended from Noah."
Oh shit!
Saying, "Oh, we're descended from this people." This is according to the missionaries, right? And I always thought that this was like propaganda, like, oh, the missionaries trying to aggrandize themselves.
Yeah.
But then when you actually read like about the mythologies of the Mayans, like even to this day, the Mayans say, "Oh, Wotan is our protector." And when you read into the mythology of Wotan, it's said that he was a foreigner, right? He came from a foreign place. He came from the east, right, to the east of modern day Guatemala.
Yeah.
And he came from the sea. And so you could easily see why the Mayans thought, oh, we're descended from Noah because we had this god that's that came from the sea.
He was a seafarer.
Yeah. And as I said, Balin Wotan was most likely a Phoenician. So
that's interesting.
And there's a bunch of more connections. It's like it's ridiculous. I only have 2 blog posts up, and I'm planning to upload a bunch more because it's a bunch of stuff that has been ignored.
Yeah, be sure to send me a link so I can put it in the show description. But if you want to,
it's on my. If you look at my Twitter page, there's a link to my blog.
What parallels do you see between the Viking Nordic gods and the Mesoamerican gods? Because I've also heard the Phoenician theory of that the Viking gods were based on Phoenician merchants. Like I've heard that theory.
Yeah. So specifically Wotan, right? Like we go back to Wotan. Something interesting about Wotan is that he's so in the Nordic religion, right? Odin, right? Odin is seen as this like son of a god, right? Or like this more like heroic figure, quite frankly, right? And he's hanging from the tree. And this is something I
Mm.
know a bunch of cultures have this sort of idea of a world tree. But when you compare the world tree of the Mayans to the world tree of the Nordic people, there's a bunch of eerie similarities. Like for example, in the world tree of the Mayans, right? There's this thing called Och Ochkan, which is like sort of roughly translates to vision serpent. And this vision serpent is seen as like a sort of in between, right? The physical plane and the metaphysical plane, right? Like the plane of Itzamnach and the plane of our plane, right? Of humans. And so the vision serpent sort of gives you the vision to see the gods. And in Nordic mythology, there's this idea of a dragon. I don't remember the name of the dragon, but I know there's a dragon that encircles the world
Yep.
tree. And that's something when I heard about that, I was like, that's way too coincidental, you know?
So you think had the Vikings reached the Mayan lands, and who knows, maybe some of them did, but let's say had they reached it in mass, they probably would have felt at home then.
To mythologically speaking, I'd say yeah. Like they would have agreed on a bunch of cosmological concepts.
Yeah, well, I think there's a relation to, I mean, from an Orthodox perspective, they would say that the original religion was always the church, right? Capital C. They would say that Adam and Eve were the first members of the church, and we always had one God. And it wasn't, and this is like the Book of Enoch kind of comes in. It wasn't till the fall that the angels came down and they started mating with the women. I think this is before Noah, where the giants were born, right? And you can take giants seriously, or you can understand them as kind of powerful men. And essentially, these were the gods, little g, that we know, the pantheons of all of the pagans from around the world, the Zeuses and the Quetzalcoatls and the Jupiters. These were essentially half angel, half human hybrids who had these powers and had these technologies. And the Book of Enoch talks about how they taught these angels taught the women how to like cut roots, and that's really meaning like pharmakia, like how to use hallucinogens and drugs. They taught them how to do metallurgy. They taught them all these different things, and essentially that's where the pantheon of gods came from. And since those men kind of ruled, they were worshipped, and then that's when God essentially said, "Okay, I'm going to flood this thing because this thing went completely off the rails. But I'm going to save, in a sense, the church through Noah." And then through Noah, then, came everybody else, and eventually culminating in Christ. And that's essentially the worldview that is the Orthodox, and that is also by extension the Roman Catholic worldview. Though I think Roman Catholics are a little bit disconnected from this kind of ancient patristic tradition. I'm getting a little bit of feedback from somebody. Okay, that's a little bit better. But that's how I viewed it. And I think, I mean, for me personally, it does explain a lot. It explains why you have a lot of the same sense of mythology no matter where. You have this concept of like a bearded father in the sky, and you have this concept of like these powerful demigods, or lowercase gods, who are rolling around causing a lot of trouble and kind of involving us in their drama. It's a pattern that you find across the world. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, OG, just one thing I want to tell you, and I'm a history buff. I've done a lot of research. There's a lot of truth to the Book of Enoch. I'm not kidding you. A lot of truth.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I haven't read it, but I did do an audiobook version of it. And it's interesting that the only people who really preserved it in their canon of scripture is the Ethiopians. And the Ethiopians are a really interesting group of people. A lot of people think that only the Hebrews practice this Old Testament religion that a lot of people confuse with Judaism, but that's not what Judaism. That's not that this predates Judaism. The Old Testament religion is not Judaism, but the Ethiopians actually adopted that same religion. And obviously in Scripture, there's a lot of mentions of Ethiopians from Queen of Sheba and Solomon. But the Ethiopians believe that they have the Ark of the Covenant in Ethiopia, that it's hidden in Ethiopia. And that's kind of what propelled them to become Christian. The Ethiopians were one of the first people to become Christians, the Romans, the Armenians, and the Ethiopians. And there's some debate about who was technically first. But I think in Scripture, the first Gentile was the Ethiopian that Philip was talking to. I don't know who knows their Bible well, but the Ethiopian obviously was Ethiopian. And they're the only ones who have preserved the book of Enoch in their Bible, right? It is an official book. It's not a separate book outside of their canon. It's in their canon. So it's pretty interesting. Anyways, though, let's continue on a little bit here. So let me ask you this, Mayan. You grew up in the States. I mean, I've seen you on obviously Twitter throughout my time on Twitter as well. How do you see? Let's zoom into this moment in time. How do you see kind of things panning out? I'm sure you've heard some of the arguments that we put forth. I obviously understand that you kind of involve yourself much in trying to recover this pre-Columbian Mesoamerican knowledge or understanding of the world, cosmovision of the world, especially from a Mayan perspective. But how do you connect, or if you do, with other Hispanos, right? Do you feel a connection with other Central Americans, people from the Caribbean, or people from South America? How do you associate yourself? Because you said hold on, let me contextualize a little bit. You said that you weren't an Hispanista, and of course I can understand that, but do you consider yourself Hispano?
Yeah, generally speaking, like the Hispano, sure, because like I am like a Ladino, right, and which is synonymous with Latino or Hispano.
Yeah.
So I'm not here to like LARP, like, oh, I'm pure Mayan or whatever. Like that's not true.
You're a Mayan separatist.
Yeah.
But so how do you see things kind of progressing within the United States or in Latin America? I know that you've have connected a lot with kind of more the guys who are really heavy into political theory. How do you see things more on kind of a macro scale? Just trying to get a more understanding of your view there.
Not really much, because I'm not really like an active person. I just keep to myself.
Yeah.
Despite my Twitter says, most of my Twitter is just schizophrenic ranting, but whatever. But what you call it? I don't know. Like in general, right? Like I think what's gonna happen in future, I think you've talked about this before, is that there's gonna be eventually like a great schism in like the Latino community in general, right? And especially, I think this is especially in the Southwest, right? That the more traditionally oriented people are going to be eventually outcasted for being traditional, right? Because you see a much more progressive, quote unquote, progressive generation, right? And
you mean generation kind of inculcated with critical theory?
Yeah. Like I've dealt with a bunch of people. I mean, I'm not going to say where exactly, but I live in the Southwest.
Yeah.
And so like I know exactly, like I've seen it like firsthand, and even myself, right? Like I'm much more like I wouldn't consider myself a traditionalist, but like you feel like even if you're just like even if you hypothetically, right? Let's say I wasn't political at all, and I were like just a neutral person only focused on occultism and history or whatever, I'd still feel uncomfortable or left out because I feel something is inherently wrong with critical theory because the whole point is just deconstruction. But it's like, sure, you can deconstruct. I'm not exactly a person who's like, oh, you can't deconstruct things. I do personally believe in deconstruction, but the difference is, what are you going to replace it with? And that's something that I don't think most liberals have answered because they think in the utopian terms, similar to the utopian socialists back in the day, where they think, oh, we're going to reach this anti-capitalist place. It's like, okay, sure, you're anti-capitalist, you want to destroy capitalism, but what do you want to reach? What specifically do you want? There's no answer because they're utopians. So you could definitely make the argument that modern day progressives are just the utopians of the 21st century.
Yeah, no, I would totally agree with that. I think, and it's funny because I'm gonna parallel it with Christianity, and it's like you always see this rejection of like these Christian tenets, but then you see like a reformation of them in this kind of modern liberal tradition where it's like, well, you're rejecting the concept of heaven, yet you're trying to kind of recreate heaven here on earth, and you think that it's your political ideology that's going to drive you to it. You know, which is kind of contradictory to me. But how do you see the threat from? Okay, so you're saying you're envisioning kind of a split. I would definitely agree with that. How do you think that these kind of critical theorists, those are the ones we call Latinxers, right? How do you think, what is the threat that the Latinxers pose to say kind of what you're trying to recuperate from our history?
Well, they're misrepresenting what actual history is. Like, as you pointed out, like the two-spirited dude. What's that one two-spirited dude that you talked about in one of your programs? He has like a beard and stuff.
Yeah, he looks like a tan Balboa.
Yeah. Yeah, for example, he like in his posts, like he uses like these complex words to try and explain his stuff, but it's like, bro, why are you using such complex language? You could easily just use regular language to explain what you have. But what they're trying to do is to make themselves look intelligent, to say, oh, we can talk about like the history of Mesoamerica, when in reality they've never actually done anthropological studies, or they've never actually looked into the mythology or the cosmology or the occultism of the cultures that they so claim.
They never even try to connect. I mean, for me, it's so funny when I see some of these like really crazy feminist women or these really exaggerated homosexuals. It's like, why don't you take that up to the highlands? You know, why don't you go to Guatemala and talk to the Mayans about your worldview? And for me, like, I know these people are going to burn you alive.
Go to the Zapatistas. Go to the Zapatistas, preach about critical theory.
Go where?
Go to the Zapatista Highlands and tell critical theory. Let's see how they treat you.
Yeah, I mean it's the white kids in Guadalajara, they're gonna tolerate your bullshit, but take it down to the highlands. I don't think you'll come out alive. So I think it's retarded, you know. And again, it just shows these people are full of shit, but because they don't have the balls to actually walk their talk, they don't have the balls to actually prove it. It's like they can only live their LARP in the United States, in the nanny state, where they have these protections, where they don't have to worry about a crew of, you know, Mayan machos coming through the night and, you know, handling business.
Yeah, the same thing happens with Islam and the feminists, right? The feminists won't touch Islam.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's some more of the same. And,
yeah, you see the same conviction. That's actually a really good parallel, because the closest thing to an Islam we have in Hispano-America is probably the Indians in Mesoamerica.
Well, we should.
Go ahead.
Mayan community of it is Muslims. Funnily enough, I don't know if you know about that.
Wait, say it again.
There's a Mayan community of Muslims in modern day Chiapas.
Wow.
I'm not even joking. Like there's
surprised me.
Specifically the exact town, but there after the Zapatistas rebelled, many in the leadership wanted to distance themselves from Christianity, so they got a bunch of like foreigners, like whether it be Hindus or whatever, and there was this one specific Spanish Islamic missionary who went into the Mayan highlands, and he was given the go ahead to like give his ideas, right? And so he was able to convert like a whole town to Islam, and they're like very pious of Islam, which is, it's so bizarre, you know, like Muslim Mayans. I don't know, it sounds so
yeah. Well, it's kind of like you said, it's like the reality is I'm all for digging into the history, you know. I know that the Spanish had a heavy hand in the Mayan country, because again, the Mayans put up probably the longest running fight, I think, with the exception of the Mapuche, against the Spanish. Like they really just stayed fighting for 300 years. And I know that they burned a lot of the books, and I think it's a shame, but who knows what the heck was in those books too.
I don't think. Here's the thing, right? This is a conspiracy theory that I personally think.
Yeah.
I think a bunch of those books were actually preserved, but they're in the Vatican library. I don't think they're in the public. That's the
I
thing.
think
I can confirm that.
We
I've read
need
that.
to. We do
I
that.
think that sounds
We
about
have
right.
the books.
they have the books. You see, once we
We
get
have it. We have it.
that
Yeah,
again,
it's not a conspiracy theory. It's fact.
yeah.
Also, what's his name? Delanda. Something interesting about Delanda when you actually look into him, his origins are very not written, despite the fact that he was an influential person, which I don't know. I personally find odd for a person.
Who's Yolanda? Is that the priest or the cleric who burned them? Supposedly,
Yeah, he was a cleric who supposedly burned them.
Was he Sephardic?
I don't know. I've actually done a bunch of research into it.
It's
I
hard to
couldn't
find.
find anything. Like, there's literally almost no information about this dude.
Damn.
Interesting.
Maybe they lied. Maybe they just made them up. One of the chapters that's really, really interesting to me when, after the fall of Tenochtitlan and, the dawn of New Spain, the clerics got to work right away in building monasteries and schools for basically the Nahua elite of the Mexican Valley. And I believe I think it was the Dominicans who actually wanted to build a seminary to start forming native priests. And they actually ended up building it, but it was the Franciscans who came in and said, no, you can't let these people become priests, because literally their excuse was they're going to end up learning more about the faith than us. And I think that's it's not really talked about, but I think that was a fundamental mistake that was charged a couple hundred years later at the advent of the liberation movements, quote unquote, because you basically missed out on forming native priests that, again, during the wars of liberation, overwhelmingly the Indians were on the side of the crown. But I think it would have been real interesting to see how history would have developed if you had more Indian priests, more Indian bishops from the very beginning of the empire. And there was a movement to actually do this, but unfortunately it lost. And I believe it was the Franciscans who stopped it.
There's can I put something in real quick?
Yeah, please.
I know there's I don't know if a bunch of, what's his name? Sorry. Something Kanek. I know his last name was Kanek. He was a Mayan rebel leader, right? Something interesting about this dude, right, that ties back into what you're talking about. So this dude was seen as by the missionaries as like very intelligent, like a very intelligent Mayan. Like they thought, oh, we should bring him into like the priesthood, right? And so he was taught. He was actually a devout Catholic and whatever. But over time, he was naturally a rebellious person. And he used his knowledge of Catholicism, which is something I found interesting. He used the knowledge that he got from the Catholics, right? And he used it to go against Spanish rule in the Yucatan. And he was known. Canek wasn't his real name. Nobody actually knows what his real name was, but Canek actually has an esoteric meaning. Can and Ek. So Can means serpent, and Ek means star. So it could easily mean serpent star, or star of the serpent, or Venus, Lucifer. And so it's easily believed that he learned a bunch of stuff that just wasn't shared. And that's something I found interesting, that like when they do learn, right, when natives do learn about the specific mythology of Catholicism or Christianity, or like the more hidden stuff, they become very anti-church, which is something I found interesting.
But when you say that he used it against the Spanish, you meant that he called the Spanish out with the faith? In other words, that he was being more Catholic than they were, kind of,
No, he wasn't Catholic at all. If anything, you could make an argument he was an atheist, because he didn't seem to have any particular religion. But he did learn. My point was that he learned a bunch from the Catholic Church, and after learning from the Catholic Church, he rebelled against the institution of Spain.
So he learned enough to basically or use it in his arguments against it.
Essentially, yeah, because in many accounts they portray him as like a sort of demigod. Like the Mayans themselves, they saw him as like this mythical figure, and even to this day, he's still seen as like a semi-mythical figure.
I see. So he was maybe perhaps able to put up really good arguments against the Catholic faith by learning it.
Yeah, learning at least enough of it to use its own arguments against it.
I see.
I have a good idea. Why don't we take Radical Latino and drop him in the middle of Chiapas?
Well, he himself would be like, I only care about Latinos in the U.S. He's kind of said that before. So
Such a cop out, bro.
with that,
Well, I'm talking about it from get a beat down, you know?
yeah, of course, but you know he's not down. What was the name of the person you just said?
He dropped out.
Oh,
Maybe he.
he'll come back. He'll come back.
Yeah, he should be
Go
back.
through the comments here. So Tim said, have you ever made arguments against white ethno-nationalists? We need more debaters with good arguments, not more groypers. I don't know about that. We'll come back to it. Liberals and progressives can't reach to a common man because most people just want to work, eat, get married, and have kids, and the left has completely abandoned these ideals to appeal to coastals. Yeah, I agree totally. Only in America can you be a victim to place excuse here. Yep, that's exactly right. The Latinxers have such a false sense of pride. They have such puffed up pride and values that are completely disconnected from real Hispanos. Yep. Somebody, where are we at? You requested that we do an episode on the Cristeros. Yeah, I definitely want to do an episode on the Cristeros. Okay, it looks like he's slowly coming back here.
Yeah, Cristo Rey.
And Leonardo said, we need to storm the Vatican. Yeah, it'd be great if it was in our hands. That I would totally be for that.
Make the Catholic Church Orthodox again.
And make it Hispanic. Anyways, we'll come back to that.
Put Alex Borgia in there.
Yeah. we need a mestizo pope or Indio pope.
Un negrito.
We need a hardliner that is down with burning heretics. Like
Hey, Cardinal Sarah. Speaking of negrito, he would be a solid choice.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like him.
I
But
agree.
he's not Hispanic. He's from Africa, right? He's from Ghana or something. Where's he from?
At the moment, we got to play some Celia for him. And, you know, see what happens. See what happens.
Maybe we can bring him over. Let's bring Mayan back. It seems like you fell off there, buddy.
Yeah, my internet screwed up.
All good. You need to get that Mayan internet, bro. That stuff, it's in the books in the Vatican. We don't know exactly how it worked, but we know they had it.
Atlantean internet is the best.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. Where were you at?
I think I was done with my point. I was just pointing out how this dude called
Oh,
Kanek, we know he was.
Oh yes. What was his name? I want to write it. I wanted to write that down. How do I spell it?
Kanek, so Canek.
Canek.
Pencil Connect.
Yeah, Kanek, which means serpent star.
There was a Mexican wrestler, lucha libre wrestler, Jacinto Canek.
Jacinto Kanek, there you go.
Cool. Okay, I'll look that up. Somebody had a question for you. They said, "Have you made arguments against white ethno-nationalists? We need more debaters with good arguments, not more gropers." Have you? So, what's your experience been with Wignets on Twitter? Have you had much?
Well, not on Twitter, but definitely on Instagram because I have a bigger page on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
That's where I actually started. But oh god, I have a bunch of stories actually.
But overall, if you had to give us just kind of like a synopsis of what the experience has been like, what have you noticed, and what do you think?
Like most Wignets are just straight, like just autistic joke arounders. You know, people who just like to joke around, or just autistic LARPers. Like there's no in between. Like there's no different types of people. Most of them are just annoying or just completely misled.
Do you see anything serious there? Do you see any like hopes for the future for them from their like, you know?
For white nationalists, I don't really see it. They're more of a dead end.
Yeah.
If groiperism is the best you can come out of white nationalism, like that's the most presentable and the most coherent, you're not gonna have much of a future, with groiperism.
Right.
Yeah, it's just since white is not a group. I mean, like, how does that work? It's not. There's nobody speaks white. It's there's no. I would say no white culture. It's very vapid. Like, hey, that's why I think and a lot of them, because a lot of times, come on, let's not front. Sometimes they make arguments against degeneracy and modernism that you could kind of vibe with, but it's almost like they want Christendom without Christ, without the cross, and like they want the benefits, but they're like in this void of whiteness, whatever that means, other than just not black.
It seems to me that they're down with Christianity so long as it's a Christianity. It's a political Christianity. It's a Christianity that they control, that serves their political ends. It's not a spiritual Christianity. It's not a genuine Christianity. It's more about how can we use Christianity for our specific political ends.
Yeah, like Henry VIII.
They love Jesus, not Jesus.
Yeah. So Tim's asking about like race realism, IQ, nation building. We deal with this stuff on the regular on Twitter. Truly, Tim, I think that's kind of like what birthed eventually creating a YouTube channel, because I was there. I've gotten too many accounts suspended, and it's always them snitching on me. These guys are avid snitches.
We never get scared from us, especially Noel. They're always.
Yeah, I'm like their worst nightmare. Because to talk about like race realism and stuff like that, you have to really define race is where I would start off. Like what is white? How do you define white? Who gets to be in the white club? Who's not? And then when you look at the history of that, you realize basically white is whoever the Anglos say is white. And of course, in their periphery, Western Europe, essentially everyone's white by default. You could say it's the Protestant countries that are white. So a country like France is like kind of in between. And then countries like Spain and Italy and Portugal and Greece, like they're white when we need them to be, but they're not really white. They're like associates. They're not partners in the firm. You know what I mean? Russians are really Mongols who kind of mix in with Slavs or white. So they're not really white either. When we need to bomb Serbia to break down Yugoslavia, they're definitely not white.
Yeah, they're part Turks.
The Germans are Huns. Don't forget that one, Noah.
The Germans were Huns when we needed to do World War II. So again, I would recommend to you E. Michael Jones. I think he's someone that really covers as well in the book, The Slaughter of Cities. It basically kind of gives the history of how the Catholic ethnic groups in the United States, the Germans, the Irish, the Polish, the Italians, essentially always had an ethnic identity, and they associated white with a wasp, and so they weren't white, right? They were Irish, they were Italian, they were German. That was their race, right? Their ethnoi was their race. And it wasn't till World War II, the advent of the highway system, cheap automobiles, and obviously transplanting a bunch of rural Southern blacks to the northern cities. And they would what essentially the WASP developers would do is that they would build a project in the middle of the Irish neighborhood. And so what did that cause? Well, that all the Irish went to the suburbs. And then, now it takes you 2 hours to get home from work. So now the kids are really watching more television. There's no more local parish. They're not around their native language anymore like it was in these neighborhoods, right? You walked into these neighborhoods and it was like walking into literally Italy or Germany, right? Everybody was speaking that language. You had a very tight-knit community. But now the suburbs got rid of that. And so that generation essentially got alchemized into becoming white. And they kind of bought into the American dream, the white picket fence and all that bullshit. And you see history with the Mexicans too. There was a point where Mexicans were considered white, at least when we needed them to sign a certain treaty. Then they weren't, then they were, then they weren't, then they were. And now you're kind of seeing it too, right? With it's the white Cubans who voted for Trump, and if you're a traditional Hispanic, even if you're 100% Mayan DNA, but if you go to church and you believe there's a hierarchy, then basically you're classified as a white Hispanic now. So what you realize is that white as an identity is bullshit. Even Europeans kind of reject this, though there are some Europeans that try to kind of have this pan-European identity, which I think is really silly. It doesn't really work. But again, for Europeans, their identity is much more ethnic, right? I'm French, you're Spanish, or I'm Norwegian and you're Italian. And, you're not necessarily the same, that we may be, have some of this shared tradition, which again is informed largely by the Christian church. But they don't necessarily have a racial consciousness in the way that Americans do.
I definitely do think that Greeks, Italian, and Spaniards do have a common Mediterranean root, but I know we agree on that. I do view them distinct from other Europeans,
I would agree. I think there's no coincidence that also shows the differences in the religion, right? With Greeks, with Italians and Spanish being Roman Catholic, and obviously the western parts of Europe not being Catholic, they became Protestant, and then they're mostly atheists today. And then the East following, Greece and more of the Greek Catholic tradition, the Orthodox.
Where the olive oil axis powers.
Right. But it's even interesting how if you tie in Russia, that's not an olive oil country, yet it is the Orthodox country, right? You see how it's not racial, right? They're not racial meds, yet they carry on that med tradition. Probably the most exemplary way. They're building churches left and right in Russia.
Of course.
There's ways.
And in Miami, a lot of Russians live side by side with Hispanos, and a lot of Russian women are with Hispano men. It's not a coincidence.
Yeah, no, I think there's a huge sympathetic relationship between Slavs and Hispanics. You see this, there was like ranchera music from Yugoslavia, right? I know I grew up with some Slavs, some Serbs, and Croats. Even though supposedly they don't get along, but here they get along. And they're very Hispanicized. I always use the example of Peg Leg Morgan, who's one of the kind of well-known early members of the Mexican mafia, was a Croat, right? So here's this Croat kid who's Catholic growing up in Los Angeles, and he has no relation to white America, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant America. It was easier for him to feel connection with Mexicans. And lo and behold, he became very Mexicanized. So, but to bring it back to Tim's question here about race realism, again, it's very vapid. What do you mean by that? Traditionally, if you ask Hernan Cortez what was his raza, even though that wasn't a word he would use, he would equate it with his ethnicity. Earlier we were talking about the Mayans and the Aztecs, and the Mayans had a very profound sense of ethnicity. They didn't feel like they were part of the Indian race, right? Like what you realize is that Americans not only have this weird confusion around the concept of race and ethnicity, but they even dumb race down into colors and like rough geographic regions. So if you're from Africa and you have more melanin than not, then you're all the same race. You're all black. You're all Bantu. And it's like, no, Ethiopian, Somalian people from the Horn are not Bantu. They don't even look Bantu. They look more Arabic, if anything, right? They look more Semitic than they do sub-Saharan African. Yeah, they're on the darker shade, but not all of them exclusively. So you start seeing these holes in this whole idea of these like races. There's a black race and a white race and an Asian race, and the world doesn't really work that way. So it's kind of a retarded thing in the first place. And again, it's heavily dictated by Germanoids and Anglos, right? They essentially created the word as we know it today. Then we get into the question of IQ, and I think IQ and GDP is what people cling on to when they realize they have nothing else. They know that their civilization is basically decomposing from the inside. And so now, like, how am I going to feel better than the Guatemalan? Well, I scored a higher point on my test than you, which means I'm smarter than you. But it's like, you made the test. Let me make my own version of the test, right? Why don't we measure ball Q? That's what I say. Like, let's measure ball Q and let's see who has a higher ball Q, Hispanics or whites, right? when you notice when they introduced the whole IQ thing, if you accept that, right, as the measurement of who's higher on the scale or whatever, then automatically, Ashkenazi Jews are placed at the very top. And then you notice that these people are always they're blaming all their problems on Jews. Just kind of how like Black Americans blame all their problems on white Americans, right? They do the same thing just with the Jews, yet they're trying to kind of be like Jews. So it just throws it out. Now, to touch on nation building, and I like to emphasize the difference between nation with a little n and nation with a capital N. And really, I take it from the Bible. The nations essentially were a family of tribes, right? So the basic building block of a nation is the family, right? A man and a woman create children, and you have a family of families, and those create a tribe, right? And then now you have a family of tribes, and that creates a nation. Right. So the way that I would kind of draw some parallels with Hispano-America, which is the most relevant to us, is that you can almost look at like our nation states as the tribes, right? Like Mexico is the big, huge tribe, but Puerto Rico is just as much of a tribe, right? But none of these countries in of by themselves are really a nation. They're not an ethnoi. Though there are different ethnoids within each different nation, overwhelmingly because we've all been Hispanicized. We all mostly have Spanish paternal DNA. Our culture is informed by the el mestizaje of essentially a Spanish man and a non-Spanish woman, most of the time India, but many times mulata as well. That our real nation with a capital N is what I call Hispano-Americanos, right? That is our ethnoi. That is our capital N nation. So if you want to go into nation building, like say the Swedes have a nation, right? They have the modern country of Sweden because that's an ethnoi. That was their nation.
Rancho, what do you think about language in the sense that, nations,
language is
language, right? All the Spanish speakers, that's one nation. All the French speakers is another, like that. What do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, that's part and parcel of it. When I talk about our Spanish root, the Spanish paternal legacy, that includes the Spanish language. We all have Spanish names or last names, even though, some of the kind of more indigenous people don't, but they all speak Spanish regardless. There's nobody that doesn't speak Spanish.
Right.
Even if they learn it, later on in life, everybody speaks Spanish. So yes, that is what unites us, and that's what gives us a bridge to the modern country of Spain.
For me, I like to keep it a little. I mean, not to keep it simple because it's good to always explore all the nuances of everything. But to me, if I was asked, a nation is people that speak the same language. That could be like a short, easy answer.
Yeah, and I think there's been different people who've expanded and theorized on this, like people like Max Weber or Shirkagovich or Lev Gumalev, who's a guy that I personally like a lot. Language is crucial, but it's not enough.
I agree with that.
Knowing the language or having the language natively is not necessarily enough. There is like a religious or a traditional capital T component to it. That's just as important, if not more important. Because you think about it, what if like you're mute, if you're born mute and you can't speak the language, right? So it's like, then how does language work then? Part of the ethno.
Well, I got an example. Black Jamaicans are totally different than white British people, but meanwhile, a Black Colombian is culturally very similar to a quote unquote white Spaniard. So it's more than just language, as you said. There needs to be more.
Yeah, I think so too. So Tim, I would say, I never run from these conversations. In fact, I end up getting blocked or banned when I engage in these conversations. So follow me on Twitter if you ever want to see some of them. But really, it's just, breaking this down, showing that it's very arbitrary. There was a point where Italians weren't considered white. To this day, Spaniards from Spain are considered white, but Eritreans are, or Somalis are. So it's just, it shows you how retarded it is. White has really been a trick that Anglos have used in order to You know, like with the poor rednecks that they imported from Scotland and Ireland. They basically said, hey, we'll make you white and you're not as bad as the Negro slave, but, you know, go kill a bunch of Indians on the other side of the Appalachians for us. So it's a very interesting history when you start really taking apart white identity. CEO of Spix brought up a good point. I think the white identity will become stronger in Europe because of the constant migration of refugees to Western. And I think you're right. And I think that is where you have seen it. But I think that's actually a great danger to Europeans, because then you're seeing that they're giving up their ethnic identity, which is what I would call organic, right? It is rooted in a history. It is rooted in a worldview. And they're giving up for this vague identity of white. And the one people that show how sad and destructive this has been is the Irish, right? The Irish have been at war with the English for 700, 800 years. The English have tried to starving them to death, enslaving them, killing them, displacing them. I mean, there hasn't been one thing that the English haven't lodged at the Irish, yet the Irish remained. And once the English backed off and the Irish let go of their culture, their language, their traditions, their religion, they became white. And now you have Irish getting beat up by Nigerians in Ireland. But the Irish never had a slave empire. The Irish never colonized anyone. But because they became white, now they have to pay the tab that the English racked up. So I see what I see something real funny with white is that when, you know, I show myself and, you know, you might say I look mestizo, or maybe I look Italian to some people. I think it depends on the time of the year, you know, if I have a tan or not. But you could definitely see the Mediterranean in me. And I think it's funny when white people, quote unquote, try to claim the Spanish glory and legacy and accomplishments as white. And yet when a Spaniard says I'm white, they say, oh, you look Arabic to me. You don't look white to me. You look like an Arab. You look like a Med. So it's like, if I'm winning and I make some accomplishment, then I'm white. So now you can tap into it. You as a generic white person who has no connection to the Mediterranean, you can now claim the accomplishments of my ancestors. But now me as a mestizo, I can't claim the legacy of my Spanish ancestors.
It's a bad deal. It's a bad deal all around. You know, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't claim white.
I think white identity is actually really bad for the European ethnicities. And you see that the Europeans who put up the strongest fight against migration and the culture war are the Slavs, are the Eastern Europeans, who have a very strong ethnic identity, as opposed to people like the French or the Irish, who have kind of adopted this post-liberal generic white identity. And so you can definitely see a contrast between those two. Yeah. So I always see it as very alchemical. I think it's like, if the end goal of the globalists, you know, in the Alex Jones is to mix everybody and we're all going to be this NPC mishmash person, right? Then if there's 32 groups of people and I want to get them to one, well, I'm going to take like 4 of them and I'm going to make them white, and I'm going to take like 8 of them and I'm going to make them black, and I'm going to take, you know, 6 of these and make them red. Well, now I went from 32 into 4 colors. Okay, well, what's the next thing? It's a lot easier to mix 4 colors into one than it is 32. So I think color-based identities outside of the context of like saying Black American or white American are really, really bad for humanity. And I think they actually serve the enemies of us all.
Yeah, I think another way to look at it too is that it's a booby trap, because it's a vilified identity.
That's
so
true.
As soon as you claim white, you're racist. You know, you have privilege. Whereas if you try to keep your ethnic identity, then it's harder for the enemy to attack you. You know, like, yeah. I don't know about Polish privilege or, you know, or Russian supremacy. I don't know about those things.
Exactly. And again, it's really ironic that it comes overwhelmingly from people who denigrate the Italians and the Spaniards and the Russians, right? These are people who say that these people aren't really white. They're associate level whites at most, right? They're not partners. They're not partners in the white law firm. Yet they want to claim the glory of the people who are these people's ancestors, right? Like the Meds overwhelmingly come from Rome. Rome is what created the Med, right? So yet you're the Roman, even though the Romans would have enslaved you, the Romans saw you as barbarians, yet you get
And civilized you.
and civilized you, right? And taught you the faith. Yet you get to claim the Romans, but you're the West. So I reject labels like white and Western because to me, they're copyrights of the Anglos. The Anglos own those copyrights. Let them have it. Stop trying to position ourselves as Western. I personally say we're not West, we're not East, we're South. And I think we really need to embrace that and really understand ourselves as a separate civilization. And personally, I believe that was the opportunity Spain was given and Spain failed at ultimately. Spain had this problem of like, oh, I want to be part of the European club, but I have this huge empire. And I think if Spain embraced its calling, it would have understood that what it had to do was separate itself from Europe. It had to, build a wall in the Pyrenees and just forget what was on the other side of it. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. I'm just catching up here with some of the comments here. Yeah, this is a good point. And this is something that I find very funny because one time I got in an argument with a Croatian chick and on Twitter, and she was like, my ancestors, we conquered the country. And I'm like, bitch, you're Croatian. Like, I'm fucking Spanish. Like, if there's anyone who has a legitimate claim of conquering the continent, it's this first off the Spanish, second the Portuguese, the French, and the English. So if your last name isn't Spanish, French, Portuguese, or English, then shut the fuck up. You didn't conquer shit.
Yeah,
but now, as you've adopted this white identity, you get to benefit from the conquest of these other people. You see, it just doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
The English came in 100 years late, they came too late. It's like you're walking into the club at 2 a.m, it's already, dying out.
Yeah, well, and that was the thing, that the Spanish really got the prize parts of the Americas. And I would say that that's probably why we're such a resilient people to this day, even though we've been kind of suffering for the past 200 years. Since we broke down the empire and kind of let our enemies benefit from that. Let me actually ask Mayan that. Mayan, what do you, I don't know if you've gone into the history much of the Spanish Empire or this concept of La Gran Patria. What do you feel about that? I don't know if you heard me. Mayan, are you there, buddy?
Hello, sorry.
Yeah.
What was the question? Sorry, repeat it again.
I was saying, I don't know if you've looked into much of like the Black Legend, the Spanish Empire, or concepts of like La Gran Patria, which other, Hispanics throughout history have kind of tried to recover. You can argue that people like Che or even Hugo Chavez had this kind of pan-Hispanic identity or worldview. Have you looked into that? What do you feel about that?
Yeah, I've actually looked into it. I mean, it sort of ties back to my Mayan studies, right? Like you have to understand the context and everything.
Yeah.
But specifically to to like la leyenda negra y la leyenda rosa or whatever. There's this good channel. I don't know if you've heard of him. Agrippa 51.
No.
No. Search him up on YouTube. He's an NRXer, like a neo-reactionary, but he does do good videos, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And he has one called like the reality of race in Latin America under Spain, and he does a comprehensive study of he uses the censuses that the Spanish Empire took during the time. He uses like how the Spanish saw themselves, like the different families saw themselves. And he sort of he shows how it wasn't like negro, right? Leyenda negro. It wasn't like this, oh, the Spanish were just these absolute like disgusting conquerors who just came in and just destroyed literally everything, right? And
Yeah.
this is something that this is where I heavily disagree with liberals, right? This is what differentiates me from liberals when it comes to indigeneity, is that this idea of like trying to, how do you say it? Trying to like demonize the Spanish, right? Like everything is the Spanish fault.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous, you know. And it seems a lot of the time it just seems like a cop out, because for them it's like, oh look, I'm not what you call it. I barely have any connection with my Latin identity, right? And so I'm just gonna say, oh, this identity is bad because the Spanish imposed it upon us. And it's like, I don't know. To me, it just seems like a cop out, and I think that's a horrible way to approach indigeneity. And when it comes to Gran Patria, right? I personally don't see like this idea of a Gran Patria, but I do sort of agree a lot. I do idealize Che, you know, because he did actually he influenced a bunch of Mayan rebellion groups, funnily enough, in Guatemala during the Civil War.
Right.
And I do think that there has to be a big cooperation in Latin America, right, in order to deal with worse threats, you know, like for example, like Anglo dialectics. Like that's a horrible, that's something that's been creeping in, and I think needs to get rid of collectively of all of Latin America. Or European firms. Many people don't know, but there's a bunch of European firms that control a bunch of the economy in Latin America, which I think Latin Americans collectively have to fight against. So I think that was the ultimate goal of Che. Was he wasn't sure he was a socialist, and you could talk about, oh, he was a Marxist, blah 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 blah, bad. But at the end of the day, his end goal at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, was to get rid of foreign influence.
Yeah, he was an ethno-nationalist.
To a certain extent, you can make the extent that he was an ethno-nationalist. He just wanted Latin America to be dependent only on itself rather than on foreign powers. And that's why he split up with Castro, was because Castro essentially wanted to, sure, Castro was being a bit pragmatic, but in the eyes of Che, he was like, oh, he's becoming the bitch of the USSR, you know? And so that's why he split up from Castro, and he said, no, I'm going to go continue other revolutions in Latin America to become completely independent from the Cold War, to become a third independent area.
Yeah. I think what you highlighted was the rejection of Anglo dialectics with, and it's sad because, you know, our governments have no, they don't understand the culture war. You know, they have no concepts of it. It's just whatever the Americans want to ship down here on the television, we're going to play for our people. We're not even going to like think about it. We're not going to question it. And so you're seeing a lot of what I call the alchemy, Anglo alchemy going on down there. And it's sad. And, you know, I think what for me is like, we have to, and I think it's already happening. It's more of, and I think people like Che are actually a proof of kind of a proto ethno-nationalism. There has to be an ethnic awakening in Hispanoamerica. We need to wake up to ourselves. We need to see ourselves as a united ethnoi. Otherwise, we won't be able to combat, you know, something like what CEO Spix brought up here, that the Chinese are actually a threat as well. That there's a lot of, you know, pirate fishing going on. And I've read about this around the seas in Ecuador and Peru. And it's a shame, because the reality is that being a divided polity as we are, we just have no respect on the world stage. Where if we understood ourselves as a united ethnoi, we would see that we're the third biggest ethnic group in the world, right? And we could wield a lot more power and a lot more respect. And I think players like China, though a lot of people try to vilify them, I think they're doing to us what they see us letting other people do to us. So it's like, why would they give us more respect than the French or the Americans or the Canadians even? You know, the Canadians make a lot of money out of Hispanoamerica. So, and the reality is that if you dig into the history of like the Spanish Empire, you see that there was actually a very good relationship with Imperial China and Imperial Spain. You know, these people traded for 250 years, and they traded a huge chunk of world GDP went essentially through New Spain and China, which is Mexico. So I think, you know, kind of unwrapping the economic history of the empire is important. But one of the things that I'm really a big proponent of is kind of dispelling the Black legend, because I see the Black legend serving as a psychological tool to kind of render us incompetent. You know, it makes it so that we don't pose a competitive threat to the Anglos over the continent. Personally, I think that's kind of coming to an end. Maybe I'm being a little optimistic, but I think part of what we're doing here, these conversations, is kind of showing that there is an ethnic awakening going on, and I don't think it's a coincidence that it's happening within the Pochos in the United States, because here again we're all Mexican, right? So it's like our national identities kind of erased, and then we kind of realize, well, we're all fucking the same, and we all end up marrying and having children together regardless. So it's an interesting moment in time. Let me catch up a little bit more. If you guys want to add to that, please feel free while I catch up.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Even, for myself, my family, I'm already half Puerto Rican, half Cuban. My wife is half Puerto Rican, half Honduran. So then my son is half Puerto Rican, a quarter Cuban, a quarter Honduran.
Right.
And, we're in the front lines, basically. If you think about it, we're like the peones right in the front. So I think that's why we're picking it up before our brothers, back home.
Yeah. Sid and Pretty brought up an interesting question. How do you guys feel? You guys have heard about the Great Reset, right? Which is, I think, like what Biden, baby mama Kamala is bringing through. What do you guys think about that stuff?
Well, the Great Reset is economic. It's the way I see it, it's basically they're going to destroy the dollar, bringing us into some sort of, it's not going to be Bitcoin, right? Because Bitcoin is too private, and all that. It's probably going to be some Fed coin.
Wow.
And now the government is going to know every single transaction that you made. So if you were getting tipped or getting paid off the books, now they're going to know. If you're buying a nickel bag, now they're going to know. That kind of sort of thing. And also, whatever you believe about the COVID 1984, it's destroying a lot of small and medium-sized businesses. So everything that's going to be left is going to be the Walmarts, the Amazons, and then there's going to be us,
what I've heard was like basically it's like Amazon and PayPal, and basically the big companies are now running the government, as far as the president-elect, his cabinet. So basically Amazon's going to become the company store.
Yeah.
And we're going to get paid in Amazon bucks.
There you go. Yeah, Twitter bans Trump, right? Well, they don't ban Trump, but they show him a little bit,
Yeah.
So to speak. So imagine, the head of the nation is just being told shut up by Twitter.
On my opinion on this, I'd like to say basically what Jay Dyer said. Basically, we're all gonna live in a Walmart, in a Costco. We're gonna grow up in our little aisles, and we're gonna have a pulp of McDonald's or a pulp of Costco. That's
wear your mask.
Yeah, wear your mask, bigot. Right?
Yeah, I mean, if I had I don't know, Mayan, if you wanted to ring in or chime in on this, but I think this is where I see Hispanos posing a threat, or like kind of a big unknown for the plan. Like, say if that's the plan, everything we kind of touched on, how do you do it with people who don't have internet? How do you do it with people who don't have smartphones, right? And we're talking that's the majority of people in Hispano-America.
That's another big part of it. They're going to try and bring him in. Now, I couldn't really speak about the details. No, of course. I mean, some remote areas are going to be, and actually, those are going to be the people shielded.
That's what I'm saying.
And protected.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, where it's like, it seems to me that the poor peasant is going to fare the best through this storm that's coming.
The meek shall inherit the earth.
Man, with that, I really do believe that our poverty has been our biggest blessing, because if it weren't for our poverty, then we would all be like the fresitas in Buenos Aires, Bogota, Mexico City, and Santiago.
Yeah, you can maybe do a parallel with the Slavs. you know, right? Because they were under communism.
Yeah.
They kind of had they had their reset, you know, they had their reset after World War II.
Yeah, in a way, it's like communism. It's funny because you always hear about cultural Marxism, but they never talk about cultural capitalism. And it's like, in a way, the communist countries are doing better than the capitalist countries. Somehow, communism shielded them from a lot of this degeneracy that has become the fashion in the West.
Right. Yeah, they didn't have MTV. They didn't have none of that stuff. So they were protected in a weird way, right? And the whole time we're feeling sorry for them. But look at that. They had the last laugh.
And the Easter building churches over here, they're waving rainbow flags. You know, goes to question.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's mostly what I see from the Great Reset is, you know, just trying to, and what I see heavily is trying to destroy, you know, because when you have a little business, or even if you have, you know, a medium-sized business, that gives you a certain sense of independence, right? Where you have, you know, X amount of bread coming in, you have your employees, you could, you know, purchase lands. But if you're just going to get Fed coin, you're going to get those Yang bucks, you know, everybody's going to get just like what, you know, 1,000 Yang bucks.
That COVID money.
That COVID money. Exactly. Yeah, so I think you know, they're just trying to enslave everybody, but
yeah, no, and dude, I mean, I think our Black American neighbors serve as a cautionary tale of what happens when the government gets involved in basically supporting your families or giving your families money. Is that they're essentially, you bought a ticket to the destruction of your family.
Yes.
So they took the fathers out of their home.
That's how they managed to basically castrate the fathers within the Black family. And now, you know, 40, 60 years later, you're seeing the dire consequences of that. So, you know, I think it's a chapter of history that would serve us all well to be familiar with.
Absolutely. Yeah.
DT here brought a good point that when the Great Depression, the Southerners, hillbillies fared the best because they knew how to hunt, farm, and construct from wood. Amen. And, you know, this is something that I always push. And again, you know, we talked about kind of like future content we're going to be rolling out. I think is really, really important for young men to learn trades, man, because, you know, that accounting degree is nice. That marketing degree is nice, or whatever, you know, you got in debt for. But at the end of the day, if the system goes bonkers and now you're at a barter economy, which is something that happened in the Soviet Union, right? It didn't matter what the coin was. People were just trading. Having a trade is going to make sure you always eat and that your family will always eat. You know, if you can fix things or build things with your own hands, you're going to be in a much better position with somebody who only has that degree. I'm not saying that don't have the degree. I'm not saying don't have the formal education. But if you had to choose in a time where it looks like we're heading into, having a trade is indispensable. So I would definitely encourage men across the board, no matter what race you are, to pick up a trade. If you can't find one, literally, you know, tell a mechanic, yo, I'll clean your tools for free, or I'll work for you for free. Just teach me to do some of the stuff you're doing. Because and traditionally this was a role that fathers played, right? Fathers were meant to give their sons a trade before they became 18 so that they can maintain themselves financially once they became adults.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the more self-sufficient you are, the better you're going to fare. The only other thing that I could add to that is, you know, whatever you use, whenever you get your money, right? Get rid of it like a hot potato. So go ahead, you know, pay your rent, pay your cable bill, whatever you're doing, and get out of US dollars, you know, buy silver bullion, gold bullion, Bitcoin, anything, because the dollar is going bye-bye. You know, you just can't, it's cooked in the books. And that's how, and you know, it's giving him some fuel, right? It's giving him, it's like some gas left in the tank, but not like liquid gasoline, like just air, you know, and it's like sputtering. Yeah, exactamente. And, you know, the rest of the world is catching up, and they're not going to put up with, you know, with the Ugandan funny money anymore. They're just not going to do it.
Yeah, Sidon brought up a good point here that in many ways, Hispanos do have an upper hand kind of coming into what we're coming into it. And I would agree, and this isn't about gloating or feeling superior to gringos, whether they're white or black. But it's just the reality. We're not so disconnected from tradition, right? Even if we've come here, our families came here and we've kind of adopted this consumerist world, grandma and grandpa still have a tie. We can go to our countries and we can get waters from the well of tradition and culture, right? Which is, I think, is a problem that the Anglo establishment is having, because they can't assimilate Hispanos the way they want to assimilate Hispanos. And one of the reasons is because they're constantly getting refreshed either by new immigrants or by going back to their countries. But the risk is that also works both ways, where now the kids from here are going to negatively influence the kids back home. And so you're kind of seeing a little bit of a two-way street in that. I wanted to touch on, here's actually a point that, we Hispanos, there's another favorable position that we're in that, and this is something that I've taken apart, and I know a lot of Hispanos have been taking apart, and I would encourage everybody, is that if you have some money, if you have something stacked up, if you have some assets or real estate out here, you might want to liquidate that and go ahead and buy some land back home, right? Go back to your hometown, go back to your mom's hometown, your dad's hometown, and buy some land, buy some farmland. Maybe if you're in a trade, build a workshop, build a house, build like a bug out spot, build a homestead. Because if things get ugly here, we have the benefit that, we can hop on a raft and we can get the fuck back home and, wait the storm out. I think it's something you need to take into consideration. Now, I can understand some of you younger guys maybe aren't in that position. You may not have the income. You may not have the assets stacked up. You may not have the savings. But either way, you should keep your eyes on that. Like if you're a young guy, if I'm 32 years old, if 32-year-old OG was talking to 18-year-old OG, I would be like, yo, don't fuck around. Stop wasting your money. Stop bullshitting. Save up some money. Get, 20, 30 racks together. Go back home and buy a plot of land.
Yeah, that's excellent advice.
And just hold it and just forget about it, because there might be a time where you need to come back. You might be able to rent it. You might be able to do something if you're creative, but at the very least, it's more than a rainy day fund, man. It's a place that you're going to be able to go to, pitch a tent, plant some corn, and you'll be able to feed your family with.
And in the meantime, you can have it productive. I'm sure you could.
Yeah, you can.
There's
definitely business opportunities in Hispanoamerica that we can all take advantage of, especially if we have ties to the homeland, and we should seek that. And, I've helped a lot of friends do this. I have a concept that I've put on the shelf to basically help Hispanos do this. Like, I was born in the US, but I got my Nicaraguan passport. I got benefits from the Nicaraguan government to invest in Nicaragua because they have incentives, right? They say like, yo, if you come and put a business here, we'll give you like, $500,000 of tax credits. The governments in Hispanoamerica want the Pochos to come back and invest. And they all have programs around this. So if you're Mexican and you don't have your Mexican passport, get your ass to the Mexican consulate, get that thing straightened out, because I used to say that when Trump was talking about building the wall, I said the wall ain't to keep the Mexicans out, it's to keep the Americans in whenever it gets nasty. And now with Biden and baby mama Kamala coming in, I don't think it's so far-fetched to ever assume a scenario like that. But if you're a foreign national, let me through. I'm just trying to get back home.
Her new nickname is Kabbalah. Kabbalah Harris.
Kabbalah Harris.
Kabbalah Harris. Yes, sir. So Rancho, I was thinking like, I have family from my father's side in Puerto Rico, but Puerto Rico is kind of part of the U.S. So I don't know if I could, and then my family in Cuba, I don't know, it's like,
wait.
Voy para Nicaragua.
But your wife, yeah. I'm gonna see if I can get you a connection somewhere there, bro. I'm gonna find a fake birth certificate somewhere. but your wife is half Honduran.
Oh, verdad, la familia del país de ella. Right.
a route.
Pedro Sula, yeah. Okay, there we go. That's my bug out plan.
Go look. I mean,
That's what's up. Yep.
There's got to be a Honduran consulate somewhere near you. Go look, ask them like, yo, what's the paperwork I need to know? Because they'll do it for you at the consulate.
Yeah, I gotta talk to my father-in-law because I don't think he has I don't think he has property, but he has some brothers and sisters out there that do, and he goes visit him often. And I've been planning to go there. And okay, there you go. I'm glad I brought it up.
Yeah, do that.
Honduras.
They'll ask you for birth certificates. It's your wife who's gonna have to get her stuff first, and then since you're married to her, you'll get it. You'll get your nationalization through them too, and then your kids. These are things that are important to have lined up, because you never know when you're going to rely on them. So,
thank God I'm Hispano, because there you go, right? I got a lot of options.
Yeah, you got Mexican citizenship.
Yeah, you do.
Yep.
And you know how things work back home, where it's like, hey, I got my Honduran passport and I'm trying to get in Nicaragua because Noel's got a business deal for me. And the border guard's like, no, and you just give them,
Yeah, dale par de pesos ahí.
And they'll be like, go right away. So,
yeah.
as long as you're outside of the borders of Babylon, I think you'll be okay. You'll be able to navigate. You'll figure out a way around it. And this is something that we should embrace, man, because we all have friends from different parts of Latin America. And, I've always been very active in taking advantage of all my connections. I know a shit ton of Mexico because all my homies are Mexican, so it's like I've been everywhere. I've been in that little rancho that it's not even on the map. So take advantage of that. When your friends are taking trips, try to tag along, get to know their relatives, because you never know. I can literally drive through Mexico and I probably got a place to stay from north to south because of my homies.
Mm-hmm.
So that shit, that's that social capital that's just worth its weight in gold.
And then when the gringo illegals start jumping the border, what are we gonna do?
Wasn't there a movie that showed that where like the gringos were trying to get into Mexico because everything was turning cold in the United States or something like that? I forgot.
Yeah,
The day after tomorrow.
I forget what it's called.
The day after.
I like.
The day after tomorrow.
I like to be positive about it, but it's like, man, I feel bad for some of the expats if they haven't really fully integrated because you're just gonna be prey. If shit gets bad, you're gonna be the first ones, dude. So marry in. Don't stay unassimilated. So that what happened in Egypt when they painted the door with lamb's blood so that the spirit of wrath went over them. I think interesting things can happen here. Let me get back into the comments here. Tim brought something really interesting up. He said, too many Hispanics are following the same path. Welfare and single mothers are increasing in our communities. That needs to be stopped. I totally agree with that. It's happening to everybody. It's even happening amongst like Arabs and Muslims and Vietnamese and Filipinos. So degeneracy knows it does not discriminate. And I think Hispanics is definitely going through it. I think feminism has a big thing about it. And I don't think I don't think we should blame the outsider or we should blame women. I think we need to take responsibility as men and say, if I was doing my role as a man, then my family wouldn't be falling apart. Then my tribe wouldn't be falling apart. My ethnoid wouldn't be falling apart. So instead of getting caught up in, battling these outside influences, I just like to focus on the men. If you're a man with a capital M, these things won't befall you. And if there's more men acting and living and being an example, then that trend will go the opposite way. And perhaps a big chunk of the generation will be lost, but that's okay. Because all the good men had as many kids as God could send them. And so those people will be replaced pretty easily. Going through here. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say Hispanics look up to blacks. I sometimes talk like I'm black, but that's just me being funny and growing up in England. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I don't know if I don't know. I kind of want to say maybe the other way around. You know?
Yeah, I think so too. I hear he's saying that Hugo is saying that they want to be them, that they copy the things they do, they let them speak. I can see a bunch of examples where it's the other way. I can see a bunch of blacks acting Hispanic and adopting kind of Hispanic.
Yeah, I mean that. Yeah,
all over the place.
Here in New York, the blacks, they want to get into Latin quarters. They want to get into the Copacabana. They don't want to go to like a all black club. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. That's kind of the vibe I get. You know, I don't know.
But I think the rejection is something that Tim is saying here is like we need to reject ghetto culture. You know. And
Absolutely.
And the best place for us to kind of grab some bearings to fight against it really is going back to our roots and understanding that, you know, it comes from Christ, it comes from the church. And if you open up the Bible, you're going to see basically how to do family. And I don't think any tradition, philosophical or religious, beats the Christian tradition when it comes to how to do family.
It's literally a manual. You know, a lot of people, you know, like my mother always used to tell me about that because, you know, I would buy something or get something, and immediately, you know, I try to put it together, and she's like, "Lee el manual. Why don't you read that?" And I'm like, "No, I got it." I'm like, yeah. You know, and sometimes I got it, but sometimes I had to be like, all right, I got to read the manual. But the manual, you know, that's what it's for.
Yep. Here, Sid brought a good point about a lot of Americans ran to Mexico. You know, I know this very wealthy white American couple. Actually, he's Irish and the lady's Sicilian, Italian, but, you know, they've lost their ethnic roots. They work in Hollywood and they own a nice house in Baja California. And these are the people who are like, oh, Trump's fucking up. So many people are dying of COVID because of Trump. He's mismanaged this whole thing. But where were they during the whole COVID shit? They were in their fucking house in Mexico. So, you know, I think these people don't know the trap that they might be walking into. Let's hope it doesn't get there. Okay, let me catch up a little bit about here. Yep, family has a plot of land in Mexico and Guatemala. I'm telling you, every young guy, find means, start saving your money, start building up some credit, get your paperwork straightened out, make sure you got a passport, ask your local consulate, what are the economic incentives? Say I wanted to nationalize myself. Is there tax benefits? Can I bring in, you know, equipment or assets? Figure it out. A lot of people, a lot of countries have really good incentives. You know, here's another thing that I would point out, dude. If your wife is from another country in Hispano-America, get your paperwork done from that country in Hispano-America. You know what I mean? Like, diversify your nationalities so that you have where to run to. You have options. You have different opportunities to take out. You know, you never know where your girl's uncle, what business he's tied into down there. And you might be able to tie into it too. So the more you know, the more you connect. Just be proactive with your connections and your friends. Like, yo, what does your family do down there? You know, what's up? Is there something that I can do? Is there some way that I can connect with it? You know, one of the things that I do rescue from America is kind of that hustler spirit. So, you know, activate that American hustler spirit and seek out the opportunities and take advantage of them. Be bold about them. A lot of African Americans are moving to Mexico to get away from racism and be able to breathe. This is true. I've seen that a lot as well. Unfortunately, there's a lot of this too. They're just kind of looking for hoes. Data gang ethnicities. You know, I'll touch on this one. Hispanic gangs, I'm not so negative on. I empathize with my brothers in gangs. You know, I grew up in Inglewood and I could have gone the gang life by inches, you know, literally like my homies ended up in prison. So it's like, I know how close I was to potentially go down the same route. So I empathize with it. You know, I don't see it like these people are like subhuman or they're evil people. It's just victims of the circumstance. You know, when you grow up in the hood and you need to come up or you need to defend yourself, chances are you're going to have to program with gangs or some kind of criminal element. But what I do rescue from them is that there is a hierarchy, there is a traditionalism. there is a masculinity, which is probably the most important thing to rescue from them, where there is a sense of honor, there is a sense of integrity. And again, it's unfortunately polluted by criminality, but the reality is that does exist. There is a sense of honor, there is something to defend. Whereas you look at las fresitas, whether here or back home, they don't have a sense of honor of anything. If anybody wants to come up and grab the girl's ass, and they're not gonna do shit about it. So I think there is something to rescue from our gangsters. I think we should try to set up programs to try to help them, try to Hispano pill them, try to get them to not just know that like Aztec root where they put the tattoo on their back, but understand that, hey, you come from, these Spanish warriors too, who came from Roman warriors before them, who followed this man, this Christ, and what's that about, and how does that inform you, and how that can benefit you. So I don't necessarily just kind of reject it. I think it's actually an opportunity to convert a lot of potentially good men and bring them back into perhaps where they would have gone if, by inches, they didn't go down that route.
Yeah, I could say that it benefited me.
Yeah, talk to me about it.
So even though, I mean, there's some prison gangs in Puerto Rico, but you don't really have like street gangs like you have, in LA, most famously.
Sure. Yeah.
But in Puerto Rico, it's more kind of like by the projects and the neighborhoods and the drug trade. Like, it gets organized. Oh, I'm from this neighborhood. So it's, I don't know, maybe it's a de facto gang, but there's no colors, there's no hand signs, there's none of that. So anyways, growing around, like you were saying, growing around, these people and being friends with them and whatnot, you kind of pick up a thing or two. And one of the things that I knew is that you always had to defend your honor, no matter what. So, maybe it was 5 dudes, but you put up a fight. And yeah, you're going to, they're going to beat the living hell out of you, but you put up a fight. So that means that next time they're not going to look for you because you're inconvenient. You might catch a lucky punch, or you might, they might get some blood on their shirt. They know it's not easy pickings. So when I went to North Carolina and I was the only, Hispanic there, I guess, not really because I was Hispanic, but basically because I was a new kid in school. Yo me recuerdo I was in the lunchroom. Yeah, and I had a little Nautica jacket back in the 90s. The Nautica jacket, that was, it was fire.
Yeah.
So viene un moreno y me dice, dame tu jacket. And I looked at him, and I didn't even hit him, pero lo empujé as hard as I could that he landed on his ass. And I said, come and take it. Nothing. He didn't come and take it. Everybody's like, oh, that was one incident. Another incident was during like PE class, we were playing basketball, and I don't know if like I fouled somebody or they fouled me, but I remember this kid got up to my face, and you know how sometimes people, it's like a real stupid move, but people run up on you and they'll just press their chest against you. They're not really hitting you, but they're in your face with like putting their chest up against you. And I just, cocked back, and I slapped him across the face, and it echoed on the gym. So after those 2 instances, nobody wanted to mess with me. And, I don't know. I feel like,
I think it's like we don't go to war anymore. That masculine warrior spirit needs to find some sort of expression. And I always found it in thugging. You know what I'm saying? Like, I never joined a gang formally, but I was always down. Like, I was never going to let anybody punk me. I was always going to take it a step further than you were down to take it, So, again,
right.
It's not something that I reject. I think, but I do see it as an opportunity to help. I think we are our brother's keepers, and I think these guys need help. Again, so, some of my homies like are doing 12-year bids for stupid ass shit. And it's sad. And, my heart goes out for them, but if I'm in a position to help them when they get out, then I'm going to do my best to do so. And I think the name of the game for us, like, I think we can all recognize that there's a storm coming, but the name of the game for us is that the more of us are producing godly families, then we'll be able to benefit from godly grace. And we'll be able to weather that storm. And, when the storm, cuts out and the sun shines back through and we're kind of in the meadows and the flowers are blooming, it'll be our children who'll be able to benefit from that. So, the more that we can Hispano pill men and get them to understand our ethnic roots and understand themselves ethnically, the better it's going to be for all of us and all of our progeny.
Yeah. We got to keep building.
Yeah, I mean, and that falls on men. That falls purely. I mean, I think one of the things we can learn from like the Wignats or the white Americans is like their like hate of women and like their blaming of women. And I always, whenever I interact with them on a more friendly note, I always tell them like, stop blaming the women, dog. Women are only as bad as you allow them to be. Women are you don't know how to handle them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I had said this the other day on Twitter. I said like one thing that if there's one thing that white Americans should culturally appropriate from us is how we handle and deal with women.
Yeah, blaming the women. How are you going to blame your lieutenant? You're the captain. How are you going to blame your second in command? What are you going to do next? Blame your children that get your way because of your kids?
Yeah. And that's why the women and the children rule their families, and that's what you see. I mean, the children are burning up Portland. Why are the white kids angry? I can understand the black kids are angry, but they're just going to steal some sneakers so they can sell it on OfferUp, right? But why the fuck are the white kids burning the cities? What are they angry about? I think they're angry that they grew up in shitty families, that they never got to see this order. They never got to benefit from it. They only had cuck dads and overbearing mothers.
Yeah. I remember seeing this a lot. Like there would be like a gringo family and the kid was being disrespectful and he would say something like to his mother or his father, like, shut up. And immediately I'm blocking. I'm not even part of it, but I'm already closing my eyes, blocking, thinking like, oh my God, he's going to get killed. And nothing happens. And I'm like, what?
For me, is what? For me, I'm cocking back my hand, about to slap this little white kid for his parents, but I don't want to get charged for a hate crime.
Right. That's the feels that you get, man.
You do this favor, white lady. You want me to show you how to deal with your kid? But hey, that's their thing. I want to answer this question for Sinister Sean here. Do you guys know if I have to apply for Mexican citizenship through descent before I turn 18? I can do this you can do this at any age. You can do this at any age. They'll likely ask you for your parents' birth certificate or a copy of their passport. The best thing you can do is just go to your consulate or call it, look it up, Mexican consulate, Salvadorian consulate, Honduran consulate, whatever the hell you're from. There's going to be one near you. Call them and ask them, yo, I want to get my passport. I want to get my Peruvian passport. How do I do that? And they'll tell you what you need. And then it's just a matter of time and you pay a fee and you pick it up.
Nice. I need to do that too.
Yeah, do that, man. I encourage all my friends to do that. Ugo brought up a good point that a lot of the gangsters are tweakers now. Yep, that's a problem. And all my homies kind of started hitting the H and the Pookie and the shit. And
I need to get out the Pookie, man. I don't know, they ain't the same.
El Escante fucks people up.
Escante Warriors, man.
Pookie es una referencia of the character from New Jack City. Chris Rock, Pookie, remember from New Jack City? Okay, yeah, I never heard that, but I picked it up. I'm like, oh, Pookie from New Jack. Okay.
Cool. Alex, share. Viva machismo, coño. Yes, el machismo will save us, but we can't. Yesterday, I had or the day before, I said, what's something that is Hispanic that we wish wasn't? And this Cuban guy from Miami said like this knack of basically having other women in other families. And, we got to learn our lessons from our fathers that, my dad was kind of that guy. It's not good. It doesn't create the environment to raise strong, confident children. There is a way of family forming, and having 3 women with 3 different sets of kids is not the way. You might feel good. You might feel like the big player on the block and I can support 3 women and I can do all this. But honestly, what it creates on the second or third generation from that is just homosexual kids with a bunch of dad. kids with a bunch of daddy issues, kids who, you know, just go down the wrong route. So I would I would caution against that, man. We have to kind of evolve that machismo. We have to be men. We can't be afraid of being men. We can't apologize for being men, even if the women say we're being machista and rude. Women like that shit. You know, women they'll talk against something, but they secretly like it inside. That's just the women's spirit. And so we can't let ourselves be dictated by what they say so much, but it's more about what they actually show. So, but at the same time, we have to understand that, yes, God is giving us a greater power and strength as men, but it comes with a greater burden of responsibility. We have to be stewards of our women. We have to be stewards of our children. You know, if you're a man who just has a way with the ladies, you know, I'll be honest and transparent with you guys. I was that type of man. God didn't give me my ability with women so I can screw them all. He gave me that ability so that I can be a brother to girls without brothers. Right? That was the proper use of that gift. So we have to understand that there is a burden of responsibility. There is an expectation of stewardship that we have to live up to. And it's not necessarily always easy. Temptation is a real thing, but miracles do happen if you seek them. And that's all I'll say on that right now.
Yeah, I heard it said once that you never give a woman what she wants. You give her what she needs.
Yes.
Because, you know, I mean, maybe not all women, but sometimes it's unreasonable, you know? And yeah,
you can't. I mean, and I think intuitively, we as Hispanics know this. Like, you know, like a woman will ask for an orange, but she really wanted an apple, and she expects you to have known that. You know, it's like there's an unspoken language that I think the Hispano male understands from women much easier than gringos do. Maybe it's tied into the language, you know what I'm saying? But like there's a certain like understanding of flirtation or courtship that's just I feel like it's easier for us. And we don't necessarily get caught up in the bullshit women are saying, you know, like we see what they're saying beyond what they're saying.
yeah, that's very true. It's like you gotta decode it, you know?
Yeah. Somebody brought here a good point. So Tim said Hispanics are more immune to family corrosion, but we're reaching our limits and sliding into lockstep with Anglos. I agree. And what is seducing us is materialism. It's this vanity. And for me, it's really sad when I see it because, you know, I'm from LA, which the overwhelming, you know, Hispanic here is a Mexican peasant, right? And, you know, you see these guys who like, these guys, since they were fucking, before they had balls, I mean, hairs on their balls, these guys were carrying, you know, 50-pound jugs of water to bring it back home. They were fucking, you know, wrestling cattle. These are very capable, strong men who, you know, admittedly had a tough life. Growing up in rural Mexico is definitely going to put hairs on your chest. But they come here and they start making a little bit of money. And so then they buy their kid the iPad because, oh, you know, I didn't have an iPad. Or, hey, my kid wants McDonald's. Oh, I'm going to buy him McDonald's every fucking day. And so what are you having? You're having these fat little Mexican kids who are overwhelmingly indigenous. And like, I think there's a digestive thing with the indigenous gut system that needs to eat indigenous food. They cannot be eating this American garbage food. But then they grow up watching, you know, fucking Dragon Ball Z on their iPads. And they're just completely the opposite of what their fathers were. So, but the father feels good because he's giving his son something that he didn't have. But it's like he's kind of trying to live through his son, that childhood that he didn't get to have. And he doesn't see the value of that childhood. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we need to be conscious of it because that's the way that we are going to be following don't get cocky, Hispanos. Don't get cocky, man. We're just 2 steps behind the Anglos when it comes to this shit. We do have this brief moment to decide. We are at a fork in the road. Will we go this way or will we go that way? And, you know, that's kind of why I'm sounding the alarm, and I'm encouraging everyone to sound the alarm because it really is on the millennials and the Zoomers to decide which way this thing's going to go. After the Zoomers, we millennials are a little bit before you, but after the Zoomers, like, there's no more choice. Everyone's going to be going down whatever direction was chosen. So it really is a momentum hispano. It really is this moment that needs to be decided. Which way are we going to navigate this shit?
Which way, Hispano man? Which way?
My homie Nuno says he slaps his wife. I hope you slap her in a way that leads to kinky action in the bedroom, and she ends up having your kid. I hope it's not an actual slap across the face.
A charity slap.
A baby making slap.
Listen, that's the importance of making sure that you pick a good wife too.
Yeah.
Because you got. I mean, you always have to choose wisely, but now in the modern age, with with all the rights that everybody has, you can't slap anybody into shape anymore. You
shouldn't need to. You shouldn't.
You shouldn't need to. Of course not.
You should be able to guide. Women come into a point sometimes where they want to test it. Women want to see the edge of the corral. They want to know, like, I want to poke this to see if this motherfucker's if he's really about what he says he is.
Yeah, of course.
You got to be able to recognize that in women, and you got to be able to nip it at the bud. And you can't react emotionally to women. That's the whole point. They're trying to get you to react emotionally to them.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I mean, you just shouldn't react emotionally ever to anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you. Hey, what you were saying about how we live, when we're in the campo and all that, how it's a harder life and it builds character, and then you come over here and you get more bread and you want to give more things to your kid. I've heard that been said about the United States, with the Great Depression, right? So how everybody was struggling throughout the Great Depression. And then after that, in the 50s, when everything was booming, hence even the baby boomers, they got spoiled, right? They got all the little trinkets, all the little gadgets, everything, and they turned that into hippies.
Yeah.
Se jodió la cosa.
Yeah.
More than it was.
And you can think of the Latinxer as a fucking hippie, as a Hispanic hippie.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
They're
there
trying
you go.
to tear down dad's establishment. And that's what I'm saying, where we started the show talking about this pick-me who's like all about pro-America, yet he's telling us to embrace our conquistador roots. But it's like, if we embrace our conquistador roots, you're intrinsically anti-American. The conquistadors would not get down with America. They would want to burn it immediately. They'd probably see America with more fear than they saw Aztecs chopping motherfuckers' hearts open and throwing them off the pyramid.
Oh, easily.
They would see this with much more alarm.
Yeah, that would take Pope Leo XIII's encyclical against the American heresy seriously.
Yes, they definitely would. And them being, locked into a war with the Anglos at this time, they would know. And I think if you're really going to vindicate our Spanish ancestors, this kind of archetypal conquistador like Cortez was, and you're seeking to honor that part of your heritage, which I believe we're called to. We're to honor our other sides of our heritage, the nezahualcoyotls, and all the amazing Mayan stuff that Catero was sharing with us.
Oh yeah, man. I just wanted to say that I learned more about that than I had ever learned in my life in the first hour when Mayan was speaking about that. I wanted to thank him for that, because I learned so much in so little time. And and it's funny, right? Because he, from what I understand, he rejects Hispanismo, he rejects the Catholic faith, but at the same time, the man's a gentleman. He's a gentleman, and it's refreshing to see somebody who's focusing on that and rejecting Hispanismo that's not crying out a victim, and all that. The man's a gentleman. I could sit down and have a beer with him anytime. Yeah,
he's a right-wing indigenista.
There you go, right wing. And
at the same time. But
Nah,
what I was saying, now go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah. You know, I like to say it right, like I usually say this now. It's like, what should we call it? It's like in the past we would be like dire enemies, but enemies who respect each other, you know?
Yes.
Yes.
There you go.
We don't have that what you call it, blessing in modernity. And so now it's just, well, we're gonna have to be we're gonna have to get accustomed with each other because there's no other choice, you know, because it's either it's now just us or them. It's anti-system or it's not anti-system. There's no in between at this point. There's no nuance anymore. It's just
Yeah.
those two groups, and you're gonna have to make uncomfortable alliances.
One struggle.
Yeah. Well, actually, it's not even. I mean, on paper, it's uncomfortable, but but not really. Given the reality on the ground, it seems like a pretty strong alliance at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree. It's not uncomfortable at all. I don't expect everyone to agree 100% with my views at all. But if you do disagree, I hope you can dialogue and debate with me and maybe show me where I'm wrong. I'm more than happy to show you how I reasoned to get to this point. I never like to feel like I invented anything or I came up with anything. I just came to the logical conclusions of the things that I'm happy to share with people. And it seems like a lot of people are coming more or less to the same logical conclusions.
Maybe you could say now that let's take care of our big problems and then we can sort that out later. Maybe. I don't know if that's, I kind of.
Yeah, I think so. But I think the risk there too is like it kind of falls into that whole pick me situation where it's like it could make it so that we're lending ourselves to a subservient position that I don't think we should be lending ourselves to.
Yeah.
But I did, touching on that, again, this Puerto Rican pick me guy who was telling us to vindicate our conquistador heritage at the same time, give our lives for McDonald's and Amazon and the rainbow flag. It's guys like that. It's the people who produce Latinx children. You know what I'm saying? His daughter will reject everything about him.
His daughter will be AOC.
Yeah, it's pick me fathers who produce Latinx children. So that's the false dialectic that they're trying to push on us. And I think this guy's part of it. I think people like AOC are part of it. They want us to be split along this false dialectic. And I think what we're trying to push forth and offer people is that we don't have to choose this false dialectic. There's actually a third position. And I think that's what Hispanics ultimately pose here. But let's get back a little bit here about marriage laws, disincentivize marriage. I agree, but I think Hispanics have we treat the law as soft. Like, yeah, we understand.
As a blueprint.
Yeah, the law's like a guide. We're not a. I talk to a lot of my my white American friends, and they're like, "Oh, what are the gun laws like in Nicaragua?" And I'm like, gun laws is get a gun, and if a cop stops you for it, give him $10 and tell him to shut the fuck up. Like,
yeah.
Like, why are you worried about what the gun laws are? Like, the fact that you think you need a law in order to have a gun shows you're an idiot because you're depending on the government to sign off on something. Where in Hispanoamerica, people weren't looking for the law to define much for. They don't depend on the law. There's a greater morality than the laws of this state. And America, being a nation built upon this Constitution, you can understand why it's all about the law. But I think it does more. I think it does disincentivize marriage, but you shouldn't be getting married for legal reasons. You should be getting married for moral reasons, for godly reasons.
For God's law, not for man's law.
Yeah, like right here's a perfect example. Latinxers are trying to say that disciplining your child with a chancla is horrible child abuse. Hispanics don't give a fuck about child abuse laws.
The teachers are enough, honestly.
if Child Protective Services is coming at the door to take the kid away, the Hispanic parent's gonna beat the fuck out of the kid as he's getting pulled away.
Pretty
So
much.
Saint Benedict
Confirmo.
disagrees. Spare the
Yeah.
rod, spoil the child.
right.
Yeah.
Wow, we're getting a lot of comments here. This is a good point that Nena JP brought up. If you want a good Hispanic woman, they all exist back in your respective country. These Hispanic American women are too far consumed by feminism or anti-man. I totally agree. I married a girl from Colombia. Okay, I didn't marry a girl from the United States. I went to Colombia to marry my wife. I took a wife from the motherlands, and I'm not saying that there isn't good women out here. I'm not saying that there isn't good, strong women who are coming out of strong family structures, who by the grace of God have been able to kind of keep themselves a bit immune from the Americanism and the feminism and the Sex and the City-ism, which so many in the Destiny's Child-ism that so many women have grown up around here. But I would agree. I think that if you're a Hispanic man in a position to take a wife, and I use the words take a wife, you don't ask for a wife, you don't contemplate a wife, you don't you take a wife, right? When you're in a position to do it, you take a wife. I think you should definitely take into consideration finding one back home, but I also don't want you to think because you're back home, you're safe, because the reality is everybody's on fucking Instagram, and the girls back home are doing the same thought postures that Kim Kardashian is doing out here. So, yeah, I would recommend that, but don't necessarily think that makes you immune. You're gonna have to purge the Sex and the City culture out of a woman, no matter where she's coming from, unfortunately, in this day and age. But that being said, you will have a much easier time in Hispanoamerica. Why would the conquistadors be anti-American? Gee whiz. The conquistadors had a fundamentally opposing worldview to the American worldview. They placed spirit above flesh. They understood hierarchy, and they embraced it. They loved that they had to answer to a king, because they understood that them answering to a king meant that their men would have to answer to them in the same way. They were extremely traditional. There was no concepts of equality outside of the dignity, equal dignity in front of God, but there was no sense that we're all the same and we all have the same rights and privileges and responsibilities. Plus, the conquistadors were at war with England pretty much the entire time as well.
Rivals.
Yeah, they were principal rivals. So the conquistadors would view these were very religious people, and they would see how Americans basically pray to Mammon and Moloch. They would speak in biblical terms, right? So they would see that this is a huge abortion mill for the sake of gold. And it's funny that the reputation these guys that they were gold seeking, and of course, I don't think they weren't seeking wealth, but that seeking of wealth was checked by a religious responsibility. And you have to remember that conquistadors just came off fighting a holy war against Muslims and Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. So America is pretty much a product of jam culture, and the J stands for the Ugandans. So the conquistadors would be thoroughly anti-American, to say the least. I don't know if you guys want to add on that.
Yeah, well, they even were a little bit radical, even when Christendom was together and all of Europe was Catholic. I remember reading The Secret of the Rosary by St. Louis de Montfort, and he used to, I forget exactly, I won't be able to quote it, but to paraphrase, he was kind of talking, about the devotion of the Rosary and how other Europeans thought the Spanish were radicals because they all had rosaries around their necks, So there was even that little rift there. So imagine with Protestant heretics, you know, in the New World, it would have been even more stark difference.
Yeah, no, you have to understand. I think you know, to kind of wrap that question up, is that's essentially what we're proposing here. And I think people like Samuel Huntington understood this. Why? He answered your question for you. I would look up, actually we did an episode on this. What was the name of it? You know, essentially the conquistadors are a product of a civilization that's antithetical to Americanism. Completely antithetical. And Americanism is antithetical to the conquistadors' culture, worldview, and ethnicity. So I hope that answers the question. But if you want to know more or learn more about that, look at Pocho Hour 8.1 and 8.2, the WASP take on the Hispano challenge. You can look up Samuel Huntington's Hispano challenge. It's a piece he wrote for the Financial Times, I think back in 2004. So it's a little outdated, but it's not that outdated either. Let's keep going here. Trump is a gay pedophile. We got Trump news for Trumpito. People voted for Trump to put in a party that's just going to start drone striking children and never did anything for us for weapons contract. Yep. AOC with the.
Oh, almost. She's got two. She's missing one. So, okay, she's almost there.
The Obama Hispanic is a Latinxer. The danger is that the diehard Trumper that doesn't analyze why he's a Trumper probably is a pick-me, and to be honest, that's not much better because pick-me's create Latinxers, as we had presented earlier.
Yeah, you can't be a diehard Trumper. You know, you vote for Trump for the same reason you dump the gas on an airplane, right? Just to make yourself lighter so you could glide a little. You know, it's like a strategy, but don't fall in love with the guy because, you know.
At most, I agree. Pretty interesting point here. Liberalism ultimately uses the law as the highest authority. I think Patrick Deenan wrote about this and why liberalism failed. Liberalism failed because it has the wrong understanding of humanity. It's, I would say, false anthropology. It's just rooted in wrong presuppositions about what it is to be human. And I think it's just Satanism. Liberalism is just Satanism in a fancier form, which is why the world is rejecting it. Yeah, here's an interesting point that Ugo's talking about. So Ugo said he used to act black in high school, then he woke up about 19. I think Ugo's from the Bay Area. So maybe we can call him more of a Latinxer who kind of came to this position. And then he said he started to notice the degeneracy. And I think this is what's happened this year, and I think it's only amplified. I think this election, Dominican Renaissance brought up the point that this election's only heightened it, where it's like, it's almost like we're being forced to develop an ethnic consciousness in the United States. Our rivals are forcing us into this because they're looking to benefit from us. They're looking to absorb us. They're looking to take our numbers and you know, pat their numbers with our numbers by dividing us along these racial lines. But then the question is, how do we divide ourselves racially if within our own families, you know, we show these different phenotypes? So it's a failed mission. And I think ultimately what it's leading to is people looking for something before this. And, you know, I think you saw it in that Puerto Rican pick-me guy that we were picking on earlier. You know, he might be looking for it, right? He might be looking for some historical bearings to understand himself. And for you, Ugo, to frame it into a word of degeneracy, it shows that there is a moral understanding implicit in this. And so I think it's good. I think our enemies are doing God's work for us, man, more than anything else. It's not liberalism itself is the problem. It's how progressive. I disagree, Tim. Liberalism is the problem. Liberalism is based in heresy, and it's like all heresies, it decays into worse things. So Yeah, we can expand on that more later. Social media has low-key been a disaster for the human race. Absolutely. I think this is something that we're talking about, like our corrupt governments in Latin America, is that they have no concept of this shit, right? Like the Chinese do, right? They ban Facebook. The Russians do, right? They ban Facebook. The Iranians do. Like they do not, they try to control what is being shown on screens back in their countries. Our governments have no concept of this. Anything that the Americans send, we're just deep throating. And I think social media and smartphones has been crucial to degenerate and corrupt our people. And you know, I'm not trying to act holier than thou. Like I use my camera phone to its maximum when I was out there being a thirsty little bitch. But, you know, I'm old enough and man enough to call it out and say, you know what, that's not the right way. That's not the right thing. So sadly, yes, our governments aren't aware of it. And I mean, at least you're recognizing it, King Victor, you know, and just spread the word. Like this shit is not good. You know, it creates vanity. It's just a hub of temptation. And ultimately the result of that is less families being formed. And that's the number one thing we should be looking to do as men. Our duty, our expectation, our responsibility is family formation, unless you become a monk or something, which is also, you know, a good thing to do. But if you're not called to be a monk, you need to be forming families. And chances are social media is just going to be draining you of your most viral energy.
It's a good thing you brought it back to the father, because how are the kids getting the phones, right? It has to be the parents getting them the phones. At least at an early age. You're not ready for the phone. You're not ready to wield that sword yet. You know, you're going to cut yourself.
Yeah. DC here's bringing up a good point. Stop romanticizing modern. I totally agree. I said this. I said, don't think that because they're back home in the home country that they're, you know, not watching Sex in the City as well. They are. But but it is better, definitely more often, statistically speaking, than getting a Hispanic woman that was born and raised in the United States. Because the culture still is more traditional, because there are things that are still seen as taboo. You're gonna have an easier time if you're a traditional male with a Hispanic woman from Hispanic America. But you know, to touch back on here, that social media has been a disaster. Yes, dude. These things need to be thrown out the door. And back to your point, Inquisitor, is it's all on the fathers, dude. This is the father's responsibility. So it's the father's failure. If his daughter has an OnlyFans account, you know, white American men they're going to blame the Jews, but they should really be blaming themselves for being. One of the things that I had said on Twitter a couple of Twitters ago before I got banned was that, you know, you show a video to a white American father, a 40-year-old, 55-year-old, 50-year-old guy of a woman in Iran being stoned to death for adultery. And they think, oh, these fucking Muslim savages, right? And then this guy goes walking around town with his 14-year-old daughter with the shorts that half of her ass cheeks are hanging out, and she's on the side of the street. And a Persian Muslim guy looks at this guy and he says, what a fucking degenerate, disgusting savage this white American is, who basically is selling his 14-year-old daughter for free on the streets. And you have to ask yourself, well, what's more degenerate? And a lot of people will be like, oh, you know, you're stoning women to death. But you know what? The Bible says you're supposed to stone adulterers to death.
For me, it's clear.
This guy is selling his daughter's pussy for free.
Right, look at that. Unbelievable. That's I mean, definitely I'm with the Muslims on that, even though the Muslims are, you know, our enemies, right? Sure. But
rivals for sure.
Right. But at the same time, I mean, for the example that you just gave, it's obvious who's more degenerate.
Yeah, let's go back to the conquistadors who had just fought Muslims off. They'd probably be like, you know what, maybe we can be cool with the Muslims if this is what liberalism, jam culture eventually leads to. And the reality is that you're not going to see a Hispanic dad walking with his 14-year-old daughter with Daisy Duke shorts on. You know, I've never seen it. I'm not saying that Hispanic hoes don't exist. Obviously they do. Come on, let's not be stupid here. But they're not so brazen. And the thing is that the white American dad can't say anything because then mom gets in. He's like, "Oh, Tommy, well, let her express herself." And the right reaction is, "Bitch, shut the fuck up. I'm the one in charge of my fucking daughter's well-being and yours. So get in your place." But
Right.
these
Yeah,
guys are assert themselves that way.
You're gonna have to answer to the Lord. Why'd you do that? Why did you take your daughter out like that? I think it's always good. It's always a good sign when you see, a woman or a girl that's, always with her father or always with her brothers, never by herself. And then a really good sign is if she doesn't wear trousers and she's always wearing skirts or dresses. That's really like that's really a good sign.
Good luck finding out one.
Bueno, fair enough. But if you do, if you see that unicorn out there, try and tame it because that's probably a winner.
That one's for you. That was a layup from God, and you need to stop thinking with your dick and simping, and realize these layups, man. Realize the layups when they're given. Eduardo here asked about what's our opinion on Latinos embracing the Black legend and this pro-Black, indigenous, anti-Spanish. I mean, that's pretty much what the whole channel is about, really, up until this point. Unfortunately, the Black legend has been contributed. Before we can blame it on the J's and the M's who are crucial in the Black legend, we have to understand that our national liberators, the Simón Bolívars, the Hidalgos, and they all legitimized their new regimes upon the Black legend. They had to make the previous look bad. So as much as our historical enemies have promoted the Black legend to us, we've been guilty of it ourselves. So yeah, it's an unfortunate thing. And I think what's happening, and you definitely see this in Spanish speaking YouTube. So if you guys speak Spanish, or if you don't speak Spanish and you're Hispanic, do your best to start learning the language. But on YouTube, you're seeing across Hispanoamerica, Chile, Mexico, Colombia, and Spain, because the Spanish also deal with the Black legend. We can't pretend that these people are retarded and they say that we're trying to be like Spanish. And it's like, no, Spain itself is a product of the breakup of the empire. It was the Spanish Empire. Spain is not the Spanish Empire. It's just a little piece of it. But they're kind of, digging up and on this Black legend phenomenon. But it's happening. It's happening. And it's been happening steady for 20, 30 years, I would say. And it's only getting more and more intense. And there's only more intellectuals and more academics doing the work, finding out really what was life really like. And everything we've been taught is basically bullshit. I'm not saying that everything was roses and perfect, but I think it can be argued that the most humane empire in human history was the Spanish Empire. And I'm not saying you're going to be able to make that claim completely, but there's clear pieces of evidence that cannot be overlooked that would lead you to that conclusion if you're an honest man.
Yeah, I think it's a little tough to say it outright, right? Because we're Hispanos, and people might say, "Oh, well, you're saying that because you're Spanish," but I mean, it's just objectively true.
Yeah.
I mean, let me put it to you like this: who else? Who's the runner-up?
Yeah, Anglos, liberalism.
Definitely not. The French, the Portuguese.
The conquistadors would be like, "Hey, Allahu Akbar, come back here, dude, because I'd rather be under your yoke than this one." I mean, let's be honest here.
Yeah.
One at least allows me to be fruitful. There's no fruit being bared in liberalism, quite the opposite. So Edward said, makes me sad that the Spanish are being demonized and Latinos are embracing this. And you have to understand that it's more promoted. It's actually not as big as it is. It's what's official. It's what Vice wants. It's what CNN wants. It's what Jam Culture wants. They want us to hate and reject our Spanish fruit. But we have to understand this in the metaphysical terms as well, that by rejecting Spain, by rejecting everything associated with Spain, the church, the tradition, really what they want us to do is reject our father. You know, you can see this on a macro scale, on a micro scale. They want us to reject our father. They want us to reject machismo, right? They want us to embrace this liberal lie of the noble savage, of the two-spirited Indian, what that wasn't patriarchal. And the reality is, as Mayan was sharing with us earlier, is that I think the case can be easily argued that the Aztecs and the other Mesoamericans, the Mayans, were more patriarchal than the Spaniards. They were brutal with women, just as the Romans were before they became Christian. So yes, the part of the Black legend is to get us to have this kind of induced schizophrenia where we feel like our dad raped our mother. And, you know, it's like a dark story we don't want to dig up. We don't want to find out. It's a way to debilitate you mentally and spiritually so that you don't offer competition to Anglos or Anglofied others, right? Whether Latinos, I would say, or Latinx are Anglofied. They don't want you to embrace your Spanish heritage. They don't want you to embrace your sense of Hispano masculinity because that thing is strong, dude. That thing breaks walls. You know, that thing takes down huge empires. So that's what it's about. Some of us embrace our nations. Yeah. So here's a good point. Alex is actually a guy that we had talked about, Fonz. We were responding to. Let me take advantage of this moment to actually bring that up. This is actually what I wanted to bring up.
I'm not actually the problem.
Sorry. I wanted to bring this up in the live. So let me go to the comments here. You know, Alex, fucking boomer here myself. Alex, why don't you come in if you're down, if you're about that life? Come into the chat, dude, and maybe we can just talk about it rather than just reading your comments. Let me know if you're down. We'll come back to this. The Chinese have their own social media. It's communist driven. Yeah, it sucks. But at least it's better than the social media from here. To be frank, if it was hilarious, I'd just call Florida Hispanics, especially niggers, just because how they overly want to red. They're so mad. Yeah, I saw this video of a black dude calling a Mexican guy a spick because he voted for Trump. And again, I think our enemies are doing our work for us. Like they're pushing us into a corner where we're being alienated. But we can't.
At least he didn't call him a Latinxer.
Yeah. But we can't pretend that this also doesn't come from the right, you know, the American right, at least. You know, there is rejection from them as well. Even if we do, you know, serve them in one way or another. The whole LGBT, Tinder, student debt, marriage laws to reduce family birth rates. Yep, absolutely. Europeans didn't realize that Islam is far right, a political and religious system of conquest. Yeah, I would agree. Persian Empire. I found that some American Catholic scholars are the ones really giving pushback to modernity. Yeah, E. Michael Jones, I would totally agree. I think E. Michael Jones is a Hispanista, even if he doesn't know it. We got to reach out to him. I've noticed black nationalists are trying to hijack Afro-Latinos to be a part of the pro-black. Yeah, this is something that we've been talking about in episodes here, but it's also what white nationalists are doing. They're trying to do this to this whole like castizo meme. This is ultimately what Jam is trying to do. They're trying to, I don't know how to say it in English, descosernos. Who speaks English?
Yeah, to unravel us, no?
Yeah.
They want to unravel the strings, right? They want to unstitch the strings of Hispanos. So the whiter Hispanos will be, you know, troops for the whites. The blacker Hispanos will be troops for the blacks, and the redder Hispanos will be troops for the Indians or something. This is definitely going on. And I think what this show is about is fighting that. Michael Jones needs to be more careful about whose streams he goes on. He's been on some rather closeted far right ethno channels. Easy to get banished off YouTube. Yeah, I respect him. He'll take anybody. But yeah, I mean, there's consequences to it. Eduardo Yeman is going to work. Yeah, I would agree. talk to anybody, you know, and I have. Something that I find funny about Latinos is that they assume Latin Americans' independence from Spain was oppressed brown people liberating themselves from evil white Spanish. Yeah, this is a total lie. It's just a total. This of anything of the Black legend is a total lie, because the wars of liberation were white Spaniards fighting other white Spaniards, and overwhelmingly the blacks and the Indians fought on the side of the crown, because the crown, even though the Bourbon crown was degenerate compared to the Habsburg crown, offered a better system than anything these Masonic criollos were about to bring in. When you say that the Spanish Empire was the most humane, it reminds me of the two slave movies, Goodbye, Uncle Tom and Palmera en la Nieva, two different movies. I'm not familiar with those movies. I will look those up. If you can share any links with me, Sid, and I would appreciate it. Okay, so Alex doesn't want to come on. Come on, dog. No mames way. Oh, guess we're going to have to go to his comments here. Where is his comment?
You know, I wouldn't even really argue that we were the most humane, even though obviously we were. That's kind of irrelevant, you know. That was just, unfortunately, that was just the way everybody got down back then, you know. What do you want?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's why I try to say it, because in the context of that, I mean, the 8-hour workday came from the Spanish Empire. You know, as bad as slavery can be, chattel slavery could be, you know, slaves had the right to sue their masters. You know what I mean? And for the most part of the Spanish Empire, slavery was, especially African slavery, was never a crucial thing. It did become towards the end with the Bourbons, who, you know, were French. So Hidalgo was a criollo. I think Hidalgo was actually a Sephardic crypto. But we'll leave that for another show. Are you familiar with the connection between Knights Templar and the Spanish Empire? Not too familiar. Do you think Haiti will invade the Dominican Republic? Oh man, I hope not. And you know, I like to think that if they did, then they're just going to get a lot of Hispanics to invade Haiti.
Haiti makes Africa look like a paradise.
Yeah. Who said that?
That was Mayan.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Haiti's a pretty one-sided. We mestizos have a sense of pride in our Spanish roots, but do they feel the same? Yeah, I would say, dude. I mean, I've been to Spain, and a lot of people say that like Spanish people discriminate. I just felt like I was in another country in Latin America, to be honest with you. And I even get the same sense from Italians. So, you know, if you look at things like the nationalist movements in Spain, the Falange, very pro Hispano America, they were very not racialist. You know, I don't know what to say. I from what I've seen, from what I've lived, if anything, I'll say that I've faced more discrimination from a Mexican. So like, are Mexicans anti-Hispanic? You know, like, no, come on, dude. So no, I would say that the Spanish overwhelmingly, I'm not saying that there isn't idiots. There's idiots in every group of people, but overwhelmingly, I think most of them, at least the smarter ones, would rather ally with us than they would with Europe. And this is kind of the issue with Spain. And I think we've inherited to an extent where they're kind of stuck between two worlds. They don't know if they want to be of Europe, or they don't know if they want to embrace their empire. I think there's been times in Spanish history where they definitely embrace their empire. And I think there's been times in Spanish history where they kind of try to be more at the table with Europe. But I think when you look at more of the modern, kind of traditional or far right political movements like the Phalangists, they did not look towards Europe. They looked towards the Americas. You know, and one thing that has to be understood is that the viceroyalties in the provinces of New Spain, New Granada, Peru, and El Rio Plata, they were never colonies. They were provinces of the empire. They were kingdoms of the empire. So legalistically, they were not colonies. I think Spain only had a colony way after it already lost the empire. I don't know if it was Equatorial Guinea. I'm not sure, but they were at that point. They were trying to follow more of a European model rather than a pre-European, more Roman model, which is what they had before. Where are we at? Okay, so let's get back to Alex here. So Mexico was successful for over 50 years in the nationalismo revolucionario, and we didn't need religious hocus pocus, dude. All you need is a solid theory to function the state. I disagree. I mean, if it was successful, it wouldn't be successful for 50 years. I mean, 50 years is what? A fucking drop in the bucket. It's a blink of an eye. This is something that all Hispanic nationalists I see, and I think the ones who tend to do this, who latch on to this nationalism, it seems to me, in my experience, are Venezuelans are the first ones. They always harp to this golden era that they never lived in. That was like, oh, Venezuela was a first world country for this 2-week period.
I'm thinking
and
of
Mexicans are the
somebody.
second.
A friend of ours.
Yeah, they always do this. They always harp to this like mythical period that lasted 2 weeks. The reality is, Alex, let me expand a little bit here. So I'll read your comment. How do I share my screen? Share my screen. This one.
The 50-year Reich, huh?
Yeah.
So
he
from 1,000 to 50.
He says, damn, is this really how you guys see it? I want to be able to zoom in. Let me see if this works, man. Pardon my boomerness. Whatever, dog. Okay, I'm trying to see. So it's laughable for a Mexican. Verga, way, what the fuck happened? Sorry, we're experiencing technical difficulties here. God damn it, dog.
Are not actually the problem. It's like this LARP.
Okay. Come on. See, Alex, you're making it hard for me, dog. All you had to do was come on the show real quick. Is he saying anything? No, he's not. Where the fuck? By the way, this picture, since I'm here, this was an actual Incan Indian who was part of the Order of Santiago, which was the highest military order of the Spanish Empire. And you notice that he's holding a Roman baton, right? And he's dressed as a Spanish knight, and he was again part of the highest military order in the Spanish Empire. He's holding a Roman baton. This is an Incan holding a Roman military baton. And you see the cross up here in the sky. This is a motif taken from Constantine, who saw the Chi Rho in the sky, and under this sign you will conquer. So you see this proud Incan soldier totally embracing Romanism. That was a really interesting painting.
Chad, if I ever saw one.
Yeah, man, that's a badass painting. And it just throws out a lot of the bullshit from the Black Legend, you know. It's just complete bullshit. The Black Legend is pretty much a way to cripple us, and then for our national governments to legitimize their shitty regimes that we've lived under. Okay, so it's saying, so it's laughable for a Mexican mestizo who's probably more than 40% indigenous to claim Mexica heritage as their own, but at the same time, you claim that they're real heirs of the Roman Empire. Under your argument, the pre-Hispano civilizations are not Mexican, right? So following your argument to its logical conclusion, everything pre-Hispanic in the end is irrelevant to Mexico, right? How does it benefit Mexico to follow a narrative that its origin was the conquest and not the natives who developed corn from around 5,000 BC and developed independent civilizations around 200 BC? What narrative gives Mexico more value and independence? I understand that you might reply that Mexican independence is a valuable thing since Mexico is just a republic yet, but then you would be just as anti-Mexican as extreme indigenous, wouldn't you? And why are you guys so politically correct about the fact that being a multiracial and multicultural hasn't been a benefit to Latin America? I would disagree. We're not multicultural. We're monocultural. The outside factors you guys mentioned as culpable for the downfall of the Spanish Empire were only effective due to the fact that some Criollos and the indigenous and mestizo masses didn't think and act as one people, while the English, for example, did. I think, unfortunately, this is not the best medium to discuss some high things, but there was some interesting points here. So I would disagree. I'm not saying that we should let go of our pre-Columbian past. On the contrary, when I highlight the three roots, one of the three roots is essentially highlighting that pre-Columbian history. But there is a proper order of embracing that. The reality is that the Indians lost, right? The Indians not only lost, they fought the conquest. There would be no conquest without Indians participating in the conquest. So they themselves rejected their pre-Columbian systems, primarily the religious one. So the third root, el mestizaje of Mexico, is very unique to Mexico, and it should be embraced, but not at the cost of embracing its Spanish root. At the same time, embracing its Spanish root shouldn't come at the cost of embracing its indigenous root. You see, you need a father and you need a mother. You need both. So that's what I'm proposing. And I think there's been a lot of Mexican intellectuals who've understood that and have actually promoted that. But the point is here that you said, where the hell is it? You said something about the conquest. I mean, yeah. I mean, when you say that all of Mexico is going to embrace the Mexica, I mean, then what about all the other nations of Mexico? You know, the Valley of Mexico is a very small part of modern day Mexico. So what about the Purépechas? What about the Mayans? What about the Huastecas? What about the Yaquis? You know, what about all these other nations? So we're gonna impose a Mexica identity on top of them. But we're not going to impose a Spanish one.
Yeah, bueno, no, tú es que el tipo, he says in the comments that he said a couple times que he's an atheist, so he's rejecting the father.
Yeah, and I think you can't overlook that. I think that that's gonna affect the way you view your history. You know, you said here that the argument that the pre-Hispanic civilizations are now Mexican. Where the hell's the point that he said about the conquest, man? Oh, here it is. How does it benefit Mexico to follow the narrative that its origin was the conquest and not the natives who developed corn at around? Well, yeah, because Mexico didn't exist before the conquest. Mexico exists as a product of the conquest. And then I think framing it in this concept of conquest is also a little unfair because, again, there would be no conquest if the Indians didn't participate in it. So was it really a conquest or was it more of a mestizaje? There is no Mexico before el mestizaje. There is no Peru. There is no Nicaragua. There is no Venezuela. There is none of these things. I think the closest thing you can bring to is something kind of like what Mayan Cognition has been presenting to us, where he's doing his best to kind of recover some of the Mayan history, but at the end of the day, he's going to be limited into that because that's not the way that's not the way that the video game played out, bro. You know what I mean? So I think if the Mexicans reject their Spanish root, their Spanish paternal root, whether genetically or culturally, it's only going to serve the enemies of Mexico. And yeah, you can point to these periods of you know, these 50-year periods, these periods that lasted 2 weeks that things were good, but ultimately, what difference has it made? You know, I remember in the comments you mentioned about, like, you know, Mexican silver shouldn't benefit Venezuelans. Well, Mexican silver doesn't benefit Mexicans. It benefits gringos and Canadians. So what are you talking about? So then the question then becomes, well, how do we stop gringos and Canadians from exploiting Mexican silver? Well, it ain't going to be Mexico by itself. That's the reality. The only thing that can protect Mexico is what has protected Mexico, which was an empire. Because from the Mexican silver that the Spanish, quote unquote, extracted, you built Mexico, Guanajuato, San Cristobal de Allende, San Cristobal de las Casas, all Guadalajara. I mean, the beauty of Mexico was built by the Spanish using that silver, which the amount of silver extracted during the Spanish Empire is what's extracted in 1 year today. Now, point to me to the infrastructure and cities built from post-independence to pre-independence. There's just no comparison. So ultimately, what I'm proposing is that the only way that we can actually defend our resources and preserve them and use them the best is by actually having a united front.
Yeah,
because
you know,
by ourselves, the fact is, for 200 years, we haven't been able to fight off our enemies. All we've done is subject ourselves to be resource farms to Anglos.
Mexico could possibly collapse all the central banks of the world overnight by nationalizing their gold and silver and saying we're no longer dealing in fiat currency. We're not doing funny money anymore. We're using gold and silver, and immediately the US dollar, the pound, the euro would start crashing. Now, what's the problem? If Mexico does this, it's going to get invaded, right? Because the Rothschilds are not going to tolerate that. But if we mob up, from Tierra de Fuego all the way up to Baja California, then they might not be able to invade us.
Yeah.
You know?
I think if you look at the history dispassionately, we've had 500 years of history. Yes, we've had thousands of years of history before that, both in Mesoamerica and both in Europe, right? We can't deny that. That's also our history. But let's just say when we formed, we've had 500 years of history, 300 years as an empire, 200 years as these republicans, right? Dispassionately, what was the better system? What worked better for the Mexican? See, for me personally, I'm all about the Mexican Empire. I'm all about the New Spain, which was what the Mexican Empire. But what's Mexico today? The modern state of Mexico is 20% of what New Spain was. It's not just the Southwest. It's the Caribbean. It's Central America. It's the Philippines. And Mexicans don't even own their resources. I mean, Mexico's going through a program right now of further balkanization because they want your resources. And the reality is that you can, and this is the same reality for every other country of Latin America, you cannot band these people together around this nationalistic identity. It doesn't work for the human soul. The human soul needs ethnoi. It needs ethnos. And as much as Mexican intellectuals have tried, there is no Mexican ethnoi. That's a nationality. There is no Venezuelan ethnoi. Now, I would admit that if there's any group of people who have the closest argument to it, would be the Mexicans and the Peruvians, precisely because of the pre-Columbian civilization, perhaps the Guatemalans too, of course, precisely because of the other Central Americans, precisely because of their pre-Columbian history. But again, that pre-Columbian history doesn't exist. It exists today because it fused with the Spanish root. And that is an identity that does feed the human soul, that does get it to want to say, hey, pick up that piece of trash you just threw on my city. Eventually, our national myths that the Mexican liberators, the Venezuelan liberators, the Colombian liberators, the Argentinian liberators, the Chilean liberators sold us, they run out of steam. And this is where we are today. We're out of steam. Can't keep up to those lies anymore because Coyos just wanted independence so that they didn't have to pay taxes to the crown because they thought they had a better system. But all they did was factually subjugate us to another yoke, which was even more unbearable, which we've gotten zero benefits from. At least if you want to take this pre-Columbian identity, at least the Spanish built monasteries and universities and cities and these things that, you know, when you as a Mexican meet a German and you want to show him the beautiful things of Mexico, what are you going to show him? The things that were built during the Spanish Empire. So why are you going to deprive Mexicans from New Spain, right? This is something that Carlos brings up. You know, why is Oñate not a hero to Mexico? Right? Why isn't Cortez a hero to Mexico? These are questions that we all need to ask ourselves. Fonz, I know that you were going back and forth with him a bit. I'd like for you to come in and share a little bit about what you guys were talking about.
I think we were exactly like I want to say in the framework I was putting it, because I'm saying I want something closer to the Russian Federation, you know, where everyone is an autonomous republic that's all under one banner, something along those lines. Well, let me see. Let me pull up the conversation, man, because my phone went to shit and like I don't have access to it right now. Let me see.
You guys seem to have gone back and forth a bit, and I haven't really caught up.
Can I give a devil's argument like after?
Yeah, please.
Done?
do it
Please
now.
do, please do.
I'll go ahead and do it right now.
So with the specifically to the Mexican Revolutionary period, because this is something that I've actually had to research, right? Because I'm more on the revolutionary side.
Yeah.
So I think you're giving too much hate to the revolution, in my opinion, because during the revolution, right? This is something many people don't understand. There were many different factions, like radicalisms that you can't even understand.
You went on mute, buddy.
So there were different radicalisms. And something that you find is that there was a bunch of subversion of the Mexican Revolution precisely because the Mexican Revolution and many of the revolutionaries and many of the generals wanted to create new societies. It wasn't just like, oh, it just failed because it was socialist or whatever, or because it was left leaning.
What revolution are you talking about? Are you talking about the War of Independence, or are you talking about the other 30 revolutions Mexico's had?
No, the more recent ones, like during the Carrillo, or sorry, not Carrillo. What's his name? Plutarco Elias Calles.
Yeah.
So like during that era, right? Because I'm pretty sure that's what the dude is talking about, or is that another?
I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure because he's referring to 50 years, which it was sort of 50 years.
Yeah.
So during this period, there were many different thinkers, and one who I take a bunch of inspiration from is this dude called Felipe Carrillo Puerto, and he was very amicable with Plutarco Elias Calles. And the reason why I think you're giving too much hate to the revolution, or too much hate to those golden age, is because it was a revolution to try and create something. Now you can definitely make the argument that the revolution went in the wrong way, but at the same time it was subverted. Like for example, it was subverted. Plutarco Elias Calles was taken out of his position of power because of Jews and Freemasons. Like quite frankly, like for example, the person who replaced Calles was this dude called Lázaro Cárdenas, and he was a Sephardic Jew, and he worked with the Sinarquistas, who were like basically the Hispanics of their day in Mexico. And so I don't think it's this one-sided, like, oh, what you call it, this golden age is being overly romanticized, when it's not. I think people have every right to romanticize the revolution because of the very fact that they wanted to create something new rather than stay in the old.
Well, my response to that is that where are you starting new and where are you starting old from? It's like you're trying to make a good situation out of a bad situation already, and the root of the bad situation was the wars of liberation. It's like you're trying to recover, or you're trying to improve upon a situation that de facto Mexico's 20% the size that it used to be.
I'm taking it back that the Jews didn't like Calles because Calles closed down the church, right? I mean, the Cristeros faced off with Calles, right? I figured the Jews would have loved that.
Cristeros were led by a Freemason. If you actually look into leadership,
that's true.
Yeah, I don't know enough about that chapter of history, but to me, it's like this is already beyond the initial issue. The initial issue was breaking up the empire the way it was. I believe, and I think most reasonable scholars agree, that independence was going to happen. Right? The vice royalties were going to split off from the empire, but it did not have to happen in such a traumatic, bloody, retarded way that resulted in us, the inheritors of this broken empire, having lost so much land, power like we did, wealth like we have. I believe that New Spain would have become independent in a much more peaceful way. Maybe we would have a system more like a federation of sorts. But the reality is that everything went down this violent, traumatic route that's only hurt us economically.
Screwed us over for those revolutions. Because I mean, I was actually for Mexico to get its freedom from the Bourbons, because the Bourbons were putting a whole bunch of dumbass policies. But that's another point.
Yeah.
The bad thing about it is they gave Britain a whole bunch of their treasury, you know, and I guess for what was considered help, then just a whole bunch. You lost a lot of manpower, making you weak, all the more weaker. You know, it's bad all around.
Here's a point that Gomez here brought up. He said, "I would embrace Cortez if the other Latin Americans didn't claim him. Screw that." So it's like here's ultimately what Hispanic patriotism falls into. It's like a soccer patriotism, and we may laugh about it amongst ourselves, but really the rest of the world laughs at us because of that shit. I'll give you an example of me. You know, my Indian ancestors are Sutiaba Indians, who are Nahuas, they were Pochteca, they were the trading caste of the Aztec Empire, had a settlement in Nicaragua. So I'm less Mexican than a Huasteca born from Tamaulipas. I mean, I'm literally Aztec and Spanish. So what makes Mexico, what makes somebody from Tamaulipas more Mexican than me if we're talking about genetics or ethnicity? I think it's like by holding on to this thing, this crumpled up thing, we're giving up a much bigger treasure. And I think that's what should be offered to Mexican people. Let's just talk about Mexico specifically, since we're on the subject. Is that okay? You're gonna give up Masonic Republic Mexico for Mexican Empire?
– Well, no, I don't feel like I have a bigger claim over Puerto Rico or Cuba than you have. I feel like we have an equal claim.
Yeah, and that is the de facto reality. That is the de facto reality. When we are in the same place together, these lines erase. But I can understand where Alex is coming from. But the reality is that you're holding on to something that has actually never really served your people. And what you would gain by letting it go a little bit, by just ungripping that thing a little bit, is so much greater. It's what you would have been if you never rebelled. If you had just endured, the Bourbons would have been taken out. The Bourbons would have said, you know what? We're letting go of Spain. We're moving the capital to Mexico City, which Mexico City was de facto the capital of the empire. Then history would have worked out much more differently. Then I would be in Mexico right now. Technically, I'm in Southern California. So it's like you holding on to this national myth is precisely what undoes your people and what will continue to offer Mexico as what it's been for 200 years, which is just a resource farm for Anglos. And this dynamic is the truth about every Hispanic American country. They simply do not function by themselves because they're rooted in an empire. It's only an imperial model can work. And it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be, with a laurel. But when I mean imperial model is this kind of federation. Yeah, I know about all this stuff. I'm not a bourbon guy. You have no clue how much the revolution shaped us modern Mexicans. Well, educate me. I mean, by all means. But it's like, again, where are you starting the notion of your identity? Where is the first step? You mentioned 5,000 years when corn started to be modified, and then you skip to the revolution. What the fuck happened in between then? You letting go that in between then serves your enemies more than it does anybody else. Then more than it serves you. You can hold on to this attachment of this 50-year period, but you're going to let go of this 250-year period where 70% of world GDP went through Mexico City. I mean, explain that to me. Explain to me the logic of that.
He's got to come on.
I can empathize with what he's saying here. There've been far more. I don't know about far more historical events have shaped our identities. That's for all of us. That's true about all the nations across the board. But again, you know, I think ultimately we're going to come back to this whole understanding of how you view the world, and you being an atheist is just totally threaded in this, because I think it seems to me you have a very arbitrary view of what it is to be human. And I have this view of humans that it's like a tree. A tree can only be as strong as its roots. And it seems to me like your roots are very arbitrary, like chosen in the lab, like it's a genetically modified tree. And I just don't see how that works. And it doesn't. I mean, let's just look at the evidence dispassionately. It doesn't. If it did, then why is Mexico in the shape it is? If the Republican of Mexico works, why is it 20% the size of what it used to be? Why has its wealth continued to be extracted with nothing given in exchange? Why is its peasantry and its labor class now being extracted to come work in the United States to send back remittances? I'll shut up now because I guess I'm technically not Mexican. So Fonz, if you and Juan, since you guys are, I'd love for you guys to chime in.
I'll let Juanito take it away. I'm like half asleep right now, but
okay. Well, here's another point. He said the true unit of Spanish and natives came when we were intermixed early. It happened post independence. Well, I don't know. It did to an extent. Yeah, I can agree with that. But for example, the Mexica were taken to Florida. I mean, Nahuatl was expanded as a language far more during the Spanish Empire. The Mexica fought in the Philippines. So if we're going back to Mexico, pre-Columbian Mexico, the Mexica had an expansion unlike no other under the Spanish Empire. So now he comes to, we're never going to beat the Anglos being so multicultural and multi-ethnic.
we used to beat the Anglos all the time. That was like a warm up for us. I mean,
yeah, they never actually won a serious battle. And the model of the empire was multi-ethnic or multiracial, if you want to use that, but monocultural. So now you're reducing, now inadvertently you're coming into biological determinism. Now you're reducing man to his flesh. No, not accounting for the spirit, which makes sense because you're an atheist. But before, the system was multiracial, monocultural. And the Indians were better treated under the Spanish Empire than under the Mexican government. Languages were preserved. So I don't know. I don't. Where's the evidence that this works? And now you're saying that the reason it doesn't work is just simply because we're so multicultural. Well, at some point we were monocultural, and that seemed to work best. So now it seems like that you're giving me that point. It's really hard to debate through this method. By the way, I can accept that some of us.
Yeah, it really is. Dude's gotta come on.
He said we think we are the only true mestizos. I don't know how you're more mestizo than me, dog. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just this kind of chauvinism. And I would agree, we're not all the same. I have never said we're all the same. This is why the three roots, I think, works so well, because it allows us to be the same, yet at the same time, it allows us to be different. It doesn't turn the Peruvian into a Mexican. It doesn't turn a Nicaraguan into a Cuban.
This stuff gets very arbitrary because
totally arbitrary. But let me give one last point. Point. What it does is that it opens Peru to the Mexican. It opens Cuba to the Nicaraguan, and vice versa, without necessarily giving up which makes him. Because again, in what I'm offering, and again, I'm not inventing it, it's just what I'm observing. It's actually how it works. It's like we all have the same dad. Let's just imagine Hispano-America as a collection of children with different moms, but we all got the same dad. Daddy was a player, right?
Yeah.
So we all carry the same last name. We're all sons of our father. Now we have different mothers, so we might look a little different. We might speak a little bit different. But at the end of the day, we're all sons of our father. And so that's what I'm proposing that we accept. And I believe that once we accept that, then the formation that happens is much more stronger, much more powerful. And and I think it's actually a better deal for the average Mexican as it would be for the average Peruvian. I'm sorry, go ahead, Fonz, you were saying.
No, I was saying, because see, if we're gonna say about Mexico, I mean, I could use your same definition and say, oh, I'm from Durango. I got, Tarahumara. I have nothing to do with the Aztecs. You see, then the Yaquis could do the same. It could go all the way down to every single tribe. I mean, that's probably been mentioned already, but
yeah. I mean,
it's pretty arbitrary.
The things that unite the nations of Mexico, nations with a capital N, the ethnoids of Mexico, the indigenous ethnoids of Mexico, is precisely the Spanish root, which is the same thing that unites Mexico to Nicaragua, which, by the way, it was a part of Mexico. So
yeah, I was thinking that before Fon said it, that it's just going to reduce ourselves to city-states or like townships. It's a slippery slope.
But his way of going around that is saying that, no, let's just all embrace being Aztec. Well, why would we embrace being Aztec and not embrace being Spanish? What the hell was better? De facto. What did the Aztec do on the world stage before the Spanish came? I'm not saying that they didn't accomplish anything. I'm not saying that there wasn't anything interesting. I mean, especially the Mayans, I believe, with their advanced mathematics and all this stuff. But on the world stage, what did they do? They were regional players at best. So, but here's something really interesting. And again, we can see the atheism here. Not determinism, but we cannot ignore that race is a biological reality. This guy sounds like Richard Spencer to me right now. No, bro. Under Nueva España, there were Indian nations that, yeah, exactly. They didn't have to speak Spanish. That's the whole point. The Spanish Empire didn't force their language upon the Indians. In fact, it preserved the Indians' languages. But somehow that system worked better than the Republicans who forced the Indians to learn Spanish. The ironies of history. He said the Aztecs and Mayans would have won Nobel Prize in math if it existed at the time, but it didn't. So what's your point? It didn't. That's not how history played out. We can't talk about these what ifs. De facto, what united the Mayans and the Aztecs? Was it the Aztecs that united them, or was it the Spanish? Yeah, Dominican Renaissance, right at this point, we're like Europe, similar but different. No, we're not like Europe. We're like different provinces of Spain. We're like different.
I was just thinking that. Yeah.
We're not
Catalane, Gallego. I mean, they even have their own languages, right?
We're even more connected than the provinces of Spain. The provinces of Spain Spain is about to break apart. See, even this dynamic, even Spain doesn't work by itself. I mean, how much better can I show it to you? Even Spain does not work by itself, dude. None of our countries work by itself. Give me one example of a functional Hispanic country post-independence. Give me one example. You're going to say Venezuela during this 2-week period. You're going to give me Mexico during this 2-week period. You're going to tell me Chile. Look at Chile right now, dude. What happened to Chile? I thought Chile was like the Europe of Latin America. That went right out the fucking door. My explanation for this is because we do not have the right understanding of ourselves. We're running off steam from these national myths that these Criollo Masonic elites gave us. But that doesn't feed the soul. That's not enough. If that's all we have, then we will take the L and we'll let the Muslims come in. And that's what's happening to the United States. I was arguing with a Wignat earlier, and he was saying, oh, I have to preserve my heritage. What's your heritage? George Washington in a Masonic apron? Like, there is no such thing as your heritage. when we understand the schema that I'm presenting, the three roots, our heritage becomes the glory of the Aztecs and the Mayans and the Incas, right? And it becomes the Romans. I mean, this isn't a LARP. This is literally, if you want to come back to racial realism and measuring everybody by their DNA, we'll take the DNA of most Hispanics. They have the same paternal DNA that comes from Rome. But
yeah,
now,
I had the RB1, something like that.
yeah,
RB1.
R1B. But now arbitrarily we have to reject that. We have to skip around it. We have to accept our, from a Mexican perspective, everything before the Spanish came up until the Mexican Revolution and up until now. It's like, what the fuck happened in between that?
Well, I think we got a TKO on our hands here.
And I'm not trying to be a dick. I empathize where Alex is coming from. I think it's fair. I think it's things that need to be addressed. I think we honestly need to look at if what we're presenting makes sense and is true. What are the ultimate ramifications for the average person? Because it's always going to come back down to that. Well, how does it affect Joe Schmo in Hispano-America? I think this is the next part of the question to be answering. And I would posit that we have a historical example to take apart in the 300 years of the Spanish Empire, where Tlaxcalans crossed the Pacific Ocean, beat Japanese samurais, Muslim Turks in the conquest of the Philippines. When else can you imagine a descendant of Tlaxcalans today going on such an adventure? Where are the descendants of the Tlaxcalans today? Crossing the border to fucking clean someone's lawn. Tell me I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. I want to be like, oh no, I made a mistake in my logical process here. Where are the descendants of the Tlaxcalans today? What are they doing? So, if we're going by historical precedent, there has never been a better period for us than when we were an empire. Who you think Mexicans didn't go to Hispaniola and Puerto Rico and settle? You think a guy from Jalisco was like, you know what? I saved enough money. My cousin is down in the province of Guerrero, and he bought a farm for real cheap. I'm gonna go down there and stay and strike out my luck. How do you think it operated? You know, who settled California? There were mulattos and mestizos from all over the empire. They weren't just from New Spain. They came from Chile even. They came from the Philippines even. So, I don't know. I mean, these are the things we got to wrestle with. So you want a historical shine. It's sad. We're for a little country, so it's understandable. I'm from a little country. But there are 150 million ways we can't get a job done ourselves, and we want shit anyways.
No, there you go.
Well, I mean, now we're at nihilism. So we went from atheism to biological determinism to race realism to nihilism.
Ricardo Spencer. Wow. What?
I don't know what to say at this point. And when you say three roots is what African roots, the three roots are not white, Spanish, Spanish, Indio, black. No, the three roots is Cristo Rey, el legado español, y el mestizaje. Cristo Rey, there's an order, logos, hierarchy to the world. There is a nature, and thus there's things that are unnatural. The Spanish legacy, it's where we get our language from. It's where we get our names from. It's where we overwhelmingly get our paternal DNA from, Mr. Racial Realist. Let's get down to DNA here. It also gives us a legacy that predates Spain itself, that comes from the greatest empire known in history, the Roman Empire. That's not a LARP. If you go back enough in your DNA and my DNA, we probably go back to the same town, the same Roman villa. And the third root is el mestizaje, which allows the Mexican from Sinaloa to take unique pride in his Yaqui roots. And it allows the Mexican from Michoacan to take pride in his Purepecha roots. And it allows the Mexican from Yucatan to take pride in his Mayan roots. And it allows the Colombian to take pride in his Chibcha roots, and the Puerto Rican in his Taino and his African roots. And it allows the beautiful diversity. See, here's the thing. Anglo dialectics, Mayan cognition talked about avoiding Anglo dialectics. We don't have to have a dialectic here. We can be Indios and we can be Españoles. There's no conflict in that. We can be Mexican and we can be Hispanos. We can be Colombian and we can be Hispanos. I can be Nicaraguan and I can enjoy tango and I can enjoy merengue and I can enjoy norteñas. It's all part of my patrimony. Now, if you don't want to take advantage of that, you don't have to. But all you're holding to is what you essentially said. Then we ain't shit.
And we could even absorb anybody who gets tangled in our web. You know, mira estos chinitos que viven en nuestros países, you know. They usually have their little restaurants, but they basically become very Hispano.
Yes. Hal Nuevo León, I'm assuming that's what it means. A lot of Cubans can already send set on San Antonio. Exactly. So what? They're not the ones that became Mexicans after the War of Independence aren't really real Mexicans because they were Cuban. So the Californios weren't really Mexican because a big chunk of them were Chilean. So then I guess California wasn't really part of Mexico. So then I guess Mexico has no claims over California. You see the contradictions here? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And you can reduce it to, well, I'm from a little country, whatever. It don't fucking matter. I go to Mexico like it's my country. It never stopped me. I never have problems in Mexico. I never have problems in Colombia. I'm walking around like it's my country. And I'm treated like it, to be honest with you.
When I first met you, I thought that you were Mexican. It was crazy to find out that you were from Nicaragua. It was the craziest thing that I had ever found out. I thought you were Mexican. It's funny.
You're like, yeah, Mexicans can be smart.
Not even that. Like just what you presented with, you came off as Mexican to me. And when I found out that you were a Nicaraguan, it was crazy. But you know, it makes sense what you're pushing. You know, we're not the same, you and I. And this guy obviously doesn't see it. He sees the world through the Mexican is the number one. Is Mexico is Latino. I don't know. It's a lot of low IQ that I'm getting from him. I don't know.
I think he's smart, but it's the trap of soccer team nationalism. It's soccer team nationalism. Sadly, what it comes down to. But nobody dies for the soccer team, dog. Nobody sacrifices for their soccer team. Even and Mexicans love their soccer team, you know. But nobody is gonna die for it. Nobody's gonna defend it, and that's the reality. And all Mexico has done when it rejected being New Spain is just take L after L after L. And I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings, but this is the truth. This is the truth. Now, to touch on the point, yeah, I mean, I grew up in LA. I feel super Mexican. I mean, I'm from Nicaragua. I don't really see the difference. You know, we have a slightly different accent, but if you go to Campeche, they have a different accent too. So what? So you're going to give Campeche to Central America now? Because it doesn't sound like Northern Mexican. Again, I come from Aztecs, factually. So what? I don't get to claim the Aztecs, even though now you're acting like a white guy, not letting me claim my Spanish roots. Because you're more Aztec than me, even though you're not genetically Aztec, but I am. It's just you start to see these contradictions. It's just the reality, guys. I love being Nicaraguan. Don't get me wrong, dog. I always bust Mexican balls by saying we're the real Mexicans. We're the last real Mexicans. You guys gave it up. You know, I love being this little feisty country that's had the most American interventions of any other Hispanic country, that's famed for chopping off the heads of American Marines, that's insignificant in the vast things of history, but yet it's known around the world for fucking Sandinistas who don't take shit from nobody. But I understand that that's not enough for a human. Again, we come back down to how you see humans. It comes down to anthropology. How do you see the man? And the man is not just a body, it's not just flesh, he's a spirit. First. That's above in the hierarchy of the flesh. And if you understand yourselves, then you have to look for deeper roots. And I don't think we have better roots than what we actually have. We have the ability as a unique people to claim inheritance of this land. And I'm talking about the entire Americas. And we have the ability to claim the glories that the Anglos aren't even related to in the old world. The Caesars. I mean, what the fuck? Why would we give that up? That is so much more empowering. You can't fuck with that. And you know why you can't fuck with that? Because it's not built on a lie. I mean, I'm not lying. But as long as we hold on to our soccer team nationalisms, it'll be Dominican Republic having problems with Haiti and the Haitians taking over. And why is Mexico going to give a fuck? Why is Mexico going to give a fuck about Dominican Republic problem? We're not the same.
Yeah, it's almost at that point you're jamming out. You know, basically what they want to happen to us.
He says we can never acknowledge that racism is real. You will never defeat the white nationalists.
Bro, he's Aztec. Bro, he's Aztec. Bro, he's Aztec. Oh shit.
If race is real, then you can't tell me that I'm not Mexican. I'm more racially Mexican than you.
That got wrong.
Oh, but he says read Ron Unz, please.
Sounds like a Jew.
No,
Yeah.
so this guy, he was, let's say, he converted to Orthodoxy.
Really?
And yeah, he actually has a pretty good blog.
I read some of it. But we're gonna beat the white national. We don't even need to beat the white nationalists because there's nothing to beat.
I was just thinking about that.
The white nationalists they're basically a cope. They're basically, because white nationalists exist is because their time is over. That's basically what it means.
Yeah. It's like they're gripping on straws. The problem isn't white nationalism. The problem is jam culture. And the only thing that poses a real threat to jam culture, specifically in this continent, is Hispano culture. We have to look at things civilizationally, not nationalistically with a little n, which is what this guy's proposing. We have to understand ourselves as a civilization. We are the inheritors of Rome in this continent. We carry the Roman legacy. Spain was an in-between step between Rome and us. And we're not going to be able to tap into that legacy and the power that comes from that legacy if we don't embrace that in-between period, which was Spain. I think one of the things that we have to do is really take apart the economic history of the empire. I think that would change a lot of minds. I think Alex might want to question himself when he sees like, oh, that's how the economy operated. Because when you understand that, when you see that, and somebody who's really done a lot of this work is Patricio Lons, who's actually of French descent. He's Argentinian. Most of the stuff's in Spanish, but look him up. Patricio Lons. He explains how essentially silver mines in Bolivia built convents in Colombia. And there's a lot of academics doing this work. But I understand where Alex is coming from. I do empathize because he feels like, oh, you're trying to take away my Mexicanness. And it's like, I don't think that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to give you a bigger Mexicanness.
Yeah.
There's a bigger Mexicanness that you're refusing to grab onto because you want to grab onto this this myth that the Pri made.
Yeah, you're trying to give Mario the mushroom. Take the mushroom.
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, dude, when I think of Mexico City, I realize it was a de facto center of the empire. Had a few more years passed on, then it probably would have become the de jure capital of the empire. And it's like, what happened to that? What happened to New Spain, dude?
It kind of was, though, right? I mean, because say Madrid was like Washington, D.C., Mexico City was New York, you know?
Yeah, yeah. But I believe it actually would have become DC at some point. At least that was the opportunity for the Spanish to take up. Fortunately, it didn't happen. And you look at the Portuguese, they did that. And Brazil is 19 Portuguese American countries. And they have their regional problems. They have their regional distinctions. But it's one united polity. Look at us. Saludos desde el Bahío. Bahío's nice. It's a very nice place. Let's see where we're going here. He says, I kind of I know. I understand that. Because it's like we've seen these LARPers, right? But dude, the reality is that. I mean, go get your DNA tested.
I can relate to that a little bit because when you first dropped that gem, I never really thought about it. I'm like, but it makes sense. It makes sense as far as being the inheritors of Rome.
What language do we speak natively?
Well, yeah, español, no?
And where did the Spanish language come from?
El Latin.
So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Leo. I understand because we've seen these LARPers, and we shouldn't assume we're Italian either. But you have to understand that when we embrace that legacy, it makes the Italians our cousins, which de facto they act like our cousins. De facto they are our cousins.
Well, it's just basically that we happened to, there was a fumble. Rome fumbled the ball. We picked it up and we ran it to the end.
That's exactly right. That's who we are. I mean, I started calling myself on Twitter. On my very first Twitter was Romanes Mesoamericanis, because I was thinking of myself as like, those science books where they show like, the fucking Cro-Magnon Africanus or whatever, like the scientific names. And I kind of like, I paused for a second and I said, well, if somebody's going to look at me as like a species of human, what would they say? They would say Romanus Mesoamericanus. And when I realized that, I was like, damn, dog, that's my ancestors built these pyramids. My other ancestors built these Colosseums. Why have I been deprived of this consciousness? Why have we been deprived of this consciousness?
Yeah. Well,
who has it served? Who has it served that we feel cringy when we say, you know what? I for sure have Roman ancestors. I wouldn't be speaking language if I didn't.
I never felt cringy. It's just that I never connected the dots. I was more like on being Hispanic and the Spanish Empire and how we're all together, but I never thought about the Roman connection. So I mean, for me, I picked as soon as I heard it from you, I was like, I had my "that's right" moment, but because it was true and it was so so easily understandable. But I never thought about, when I went to Italy, man, I felt at home too. I don't know. It was weird because.
What part of Italy did you go to?
I went to Roma. I went to Firenze and Venezia.
That's crazy. That's like the north. I would have assumed you said like Naples or something, because Naples feels like Latin America.
Yeah, no, of course, porque it was, for so many years.
Yeah,
part of the empire officially, but I felt super, super at home. I don't, it's kind of hard to explain. And everybody would talk Italian to me, and I kind of didn't want to speak English, so I would tell them like, "Oh no, you habla español."
Wait, what is
And,
that?
yeah, yeah, I didn't want to say I spoke English. Not that I was embarrassed, but it's just I don't know. I didn't want to represent myself
As an American.
as an American visiting from New York or whatnot. But almost all of them spoke Spanish, and the ones that didn't, they spoke in Italian, and I spoke in Spanish, and we understood each other. Good enough to get the job done. So.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah.
Alex, you need to do a lot more history, dog. You need to do soul searching. You need to find God. Like I say to you. He said Naples reminds because it's poor just like us. What's rich and what's poor? Are you measuring everything in GDP, I guess, because Napolitanos have a lot more joie de vivre than Milanese. But that's the same thing too, man. I've spent some time in England, and there's Italians in England, and when they saw me, they came and spoke to me in Italian time and time again, and I'm like, nope, Nicaraguense. But again, it's not about acting like we're Italian. No, the Italians are a baby of what was the Roman Empire, as would be the Spanish. And because we are part Spanish, then so are we. This should be a point to let us connect, trade, build ties, strategic ties, economic ties, cultural ties to people who are de facto related to us. I mean, we speak Spanish. Spanish comes from slang Latin. It's a Latin language. I think you're a little bit too provincially minded. You're doing what the Indians did. They traded gold for trinkets, bro. That's what you're doing. So you're telling me I'm a motherfucking Aztec Roman conquistador? Exactly, my nigga. Embrace that. It's true. It's not a LARP, and nothing scares you. Here's the reality. Once I started presenting this stuff on Twitter and other people started presenting it, that's when all of a sudden everybody started beefing with us. They're okay with you saying, oh yeah, I'm Spanish and I reject my African and Aztec admixture. And they're okay with you saying, I'm an Aztec even though I got blue eyes, but I reject my Spanish admixture. But the moment you embrace your roots, both roots, they throw a hissy fit, dog. They don't know how to handle that because they're so used to disabling you by saying, oh, you're a rape baby. Get the fuck out of here. You're a rape baby. Why are you talking to me? And you just turn around and you say, oh, that's right. Yeah, my Spanish grandpa raped my India grandmother. And that's it. Cuento acabado. But when you say, you know what, fuck you, dude. My Spanish grandfather didn't need to rape anybody. He was handsome, good looking, knew how to play the guitar, wrote poetry. He could take any bitch. You think he had a problem getting an India to sleep with him? That's you, motherfucker. You can't get pussy unless you pay for it or steal it. And then now it's like, oh shit. And they run away. And now you should be able to stand tall. Why? Because you come from these people. Honor your ancestors. That's what you're called for. That's part of the 10 Commandments. Honor thy father and thy mother. Your mother and your father are these people. Why would you reject any of them? Yeah, I agree. It's not about calling ourselves Romans. No, we're the role that the Spanish played in the Americas as like the father of Hispanos, right? Hispano-Americanos is the role that the Romans played in the Iberian Peninsula, right? The Spanish also had their own mestizaje. And the Roman is what played that paternal root. Okay, well then ask yourselves, why wasn't it a problem for 300 years as a Spanish Empire? You see why? You see, you're only proving my argument, dog. Because the Mexican identity as it stands is based on lies. It's based on myths that criollos, españoles made up. Not mestizos. Españoles made up this myth. And again, it's running out of steam. That's why it doesn't work. None of them work. None of the national myths work because they're not true, dude. They're simply not true. But you know what is true? Cristo Rey, the Spanish legacy, and el mestizaje. That is true. Cristo Rey, the Spanish legacy language root, paternal root, and then mestizaje, our maternal root, which again allows us to see, it allows the one and the many. It allows uniqueness and it allows sameness. It's a beautiful thing, man.
That's right.
That's right. Anyways, you guys, I'm good to land the plane here. I don't know if anybody wants to touch on anything else. We've been going about 4 hours and a half. I'm surprised. I thought we were going to go for like 2 hours. These things go pretty fast. Any final words, Fonz or Inquisidor, you guys want to share?
Bueno, nah, man, had a great time here talking about relevant subjects regarding Hispanismo, where we're at, what we have to do to move forward. And no, that's it. It's just, looking forward to continue working together.
Yeah, one last statement here. He said, because times have changed, bro. We have to assimilate the natives. Wait,
Western society is gay.
Ricardo Spencer here is saying that we need to assimilate lower class mestizos and natives into Western society.
No mames.
Alex, are you a fucking criollo from DF, dog? Is this why you didn't want to get on? Because you would spot your Chilango accent? Alex is a fresa, dog. That's all I'm going to say. And he's trying to act more Mexican than you.
He's like one of the novela characters.
Exactly.
That's a Rubio, looking through.
With a German last name.
Uh-huh. We
That's
kid
good,
you,
man.
Alex, but you should have come on. You should have came on, man, because it looks weak just throwing the text, I think it's like a marginal defeat just by texting and not even coming on.
Oh, there it is. More prosperity. Okay, I see.
Yeah, prosperity means negative birth rates, feminism, gay sons, and Muslims eventually taking it over. That's what prosperity means. Our prosperity is soy pobre, soy humilde, pero tengo todo lo que necesito. Tengo mi vaca con queso, tengo mis 6 hijos, tengo mi mujer, tengo a mi Dios. That is real prosperity. You're measuring prosperity in materialism. You have a very white worldview. You're just putting a Mexican.
I'll say this to close. Hablando de los campesinos, right? You know how people say, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere? That's the biggest lie ever, bro. We're like domesticated cattle. You close the bridges, you cut off the electricity, we're done. We don't hunt, we don't fish, we're done. If you can make it in the campo, you can make it anywhere.
Yeah, that's true. If you can make it in rural Mexico, you can make it anywhere. And this is one last point I want to touch before we go, is that if this guy seems very provincial to me, but if you go to El Cibao in Dominican Republic, you might hear a different accent, but you're gonna feel like you're in rural Mexico. If you go to Esteli or Jinotega in the Central Highlands of Nicaragua, you're going to feel like you're in Mexico. If you go to Antioquia in Colombia, you're going to feel like you're in Mexico because these are all the same cultures. A campesino from Antioquia has more in common with a northern Mexican than a northern Mexican has with a Chilango, or the mismo campesino from Antioquia with a kid from Bogota. And you may not know this because you're provincial. You need to get out more. You need to make more friends. You need to travel a little bit more. And you need to expand your horizons. You need to brace historical roots. You need to go back to God, my nigga. That's what you need to do first and foremost. So that you can have those roots and that we can take advantage of this moment that God has placed us in. Because nobody planned for this moment. This is simply where we are. And if we fail in this moment, then allá se va todo. Allá se va México, allá se va República Dominicana, allá se va todo. Todo. And all that will be left is Nicaragua. And you guys can, I'll get you guys a pass because you're my niggas.
Hey, That's great, bro. Just with the cigars, I'll be happy over there, bro. I don't even need to eat. Give me cigars.
Cigar,
It curbs your
rum,
hunger, anyways.
and beef. Okay, you guys, it's been a pleasure. Se me cuidan. Thank you, everybody, for listening. It's been pretty good, man. We had like 36 people pretty much the whole time. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll obviously be doing this more often. I got an episode of the Pocho Hour that I need to edit, and I'll put up as soon as possible. Take care. Se me cuidan. Good night.
Good night.
Rancho.
Yeah.